You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live. Another day tracking Henri, which according to the National Hurricane Center has just weakened to tropical storm status, down to 70 miles per hour and a pressure of 986. Our team earlier this morning already downgraded it to 60 miles per hour and 986, and I think we'll get an explanation on that in just a moment. But first, the main headlines is that the storm is headed towards landfall today. It will occur later this morning or early afternoon, and it looks to me like it's headed for Block Island and then on to Rhode Island for a potential landfall by the looks of things as it stands right now. This is latest radar imagery showing the storm's progress in the last around 80 minutes or so is this radar loop. And you can see lots of rain out over New Jersey there, and the main core of the storm starting to affect Long Island and eventually the whole of the New England region. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again, and thankfully we don't have a static image this time like we did last night, and I'll be presenting whilst we're on the air this morning. So currently on the US East Coast it's 7 a.m. And I'm sure a lot of people have had rather worrying nights, I suppose, with the potential for the storm surge and flooding quite substantial, with 3 to 5 feet expected, given that high tide will be occurring just before midday today. Let's introduce my team. Today we have Anthony, Dimitri, Joey, and Kenneth. First, I'd like to speak to Kenneth, though, because you were instrumental, I think, in the discussion on our estimate for the storm's intensity.
The current intensity right now, as I make the analysis, is 60 miles per hour and pressure of 986 millibar. 10 miles lower than NHC. So this estimate is based on the latest Recon observation, which I'll stream it right now.
Okay.
So here we go. So here is the latest reconnaissance plane, which it lags a little bit. Which just minutes ago, at the southeastern quadrant, Recon has found 65 knots flight level winds. Which at around 850 millibars, which translates to around 60 miles from surface using 80% conversion. And a center drop zone just confirms that it has maintained to around 986 millibars. Sorry, my stream just didn't work. So...
Yeah, we're not able to see anything.
Yeah, my screen just totally gone dead. So I'll just explain it by words.
Yes, please.
And center drop zone just confirmed that the pressure remains at around 986 millibars. Earlier today, at around 2 UTC, around 9 hours ago, reconnaissance plane found our replacement cycles ongoing with 2 wind peaks found for Henri, which is pretty much the main reason why the wind speed just dropped off quite significantly, around 20%. That's because of our replacement cycle, which just broadened the pressure gradient, which a flat pressure gradient means a lower wind. That is also been visible on radar imagery of New York City, which shows two concentric rings. That means concentric eye walls. So that's the main reason why it's weakening. But right now, the primary eye wall is fading pretty fast, and the secondary eye wall is intensifying. So we probably may see slight redevelopment, but not too much, which probably will see a roughly 60 miles per hour landfall. In recent frames from satellite, I'm seeing a bit of fronts pretty much developing right now, which is the effect of our client forcing. As of now, Henri just went uh, to a sea surface temperature just below 26 degrees Celsius,
Right.
which is the main reason why we'll see.
So, Kenneth, you still think that there could be slight strengthening, though? I think we lost Kenneth there. Looking out at New York City right now, this is how it looks there this morning. Low clouds, obviously, you can see that. And I imagine it's a wet day there today. Let's check Montauk. Well, we would have done if we were still watching. We'll bring us back to that in a moment. But there's New York once again. Still looks fairly calm, though. I mean, from what we can see from a shot as wide as that. Let's see if we can get back to that other camera. That's how it looks there at Montauk on the eastern part of Long Island this morning. Low visibility and looking pretty choppy there now. So that is an area that will be getting pretty close to the storm's center. When we were looking at forecasts yesterday, this was a tip for possibly being in the center of the storm, but it looks now as though Montauk will be on the edge of the central core of the storm. So conditions here will get a bit feisty later on, but I expect that the worst conditions will not be felt here. And it will be just east. We're talking places like Block Island now, and the western part of coastal Rhode Island, which I'm still getting familiar with the geography. So places like Charlestown, that is probably the main part really that might get the worst conditions. Speculating a little bit at this point because it can still go anywhere within the cone, and the cone is visible on screen 2 here with the radar imagery. The cone shows that it could still go anywhere from let's see, well, say west of New London eastwards to just about over into the Massachusetts part. So that's what we have in store over the next few hours. In terms of landfall time, what time are we thinking right now? Any ideas?
6 hours, maybe?
6 hours? This shows a loop, again, about 80 minutes long. It's hard to extrapolate that. It'll be a little while this morning until landfall occurs. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air this morning, please send us a message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it'll light up for us. Just like Super Typhoon has, although I'm not sure what your question's about. My apologies on that. But Kenneth, you were talking earlier about how there might be a chance of re-intensification still.
Yeah. Currently, it is under baroclinic forcing because it's going to high latitudes and having pretty strong horizontal temperature gradients. So which that means that And from some recent warfare imagery, what I've seen that there may be some fronts already forming right now, which signifies a tropical transition, which winds not necessarily increase, but the maximum winds, the strong winds will even further expand. Uh, that means the bad conditions, gusty winds conditions will just expand to even more areas and more inland areas, starting from now, which is pretty much expected. But yeah, right now it's expanding, so people need even a bit more inland in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, uh, Connecticut should currently be watching out, as those conditions should be arriving pretty soon, or maybe even right now for coastal areas. Which I heard that Block Island already recorded gale force winds, sustained winds for around an hour or two ago.
Coney Island this morning, looking out to sea, shows quite a grim picture there, although it still looks fairly calm. But the main area that we're looking at, I mean, this is the only camera that we've got that's anywhere near the centre of the storm, really, Montauk, and it looks to be passing a little way east of there. But we're expecting landfall will occur later this morning. Again, the main threats now is probably not going to be so much the wind, although, necessary precautions should be taken for that. But we're talking about the storm surge, which could reach 5 feet in these areas, and of course the potential for flooding. Does anyone have any rain information now with the upcoming? Has that changed since when we were looking at it in depth yesterday?
Good morning to all of those out there. There has been some rainfall reports. I'm just checking out the National Weather Service in Upton, real close in Suffolk County. Checking to see has there been any rainfall totals. There has been. These are the totals from throughout 2 a.m. So it does not include the last 5 hours, but there have been areas but Brooklyn has been hit pretty hard. Coney Island, which was mentioned earlier, got about 3.75 inches of rain already. Some areas like Brooklyn itself got about 6.3 inches, though I'm not 100% sure what they're specifically talking about, where specifically they're talking about there. Other areas in the tri-state has gotten some heavy rain, like Jersey City and Hudson County, New Jersey, 3.64 inches. And Hasbrook Heights in Bergen County, New Jersey, 3.05 inches, and Midtown Manhattan, with 4.73 inches. Haven't got on Long Island proper, in Nassau County, Great Neck got 2.62 inches. Levittown 1.77 inches, Mineola I think a little over 2 inches of rain. There has been some rain already here. I haven't gotten a lot of information regarding Suffolk County totals yet regarding this storm, but those were the totals through 2 a.m. I would also like to go over the current watches and warnings associated with Henri, just to make sure everybody's still clear. I don't think there's been a whole lot of change.
No.
At least in terms. I don't think there's been a whole lot of changes with regards to in regards to warnings from the last update. So still A storm surge warning is in effect for the south shore of Long Island from Massachusetts Beach to Montauk Point, the north shore of Long Island from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, from Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A storm surge watch is in effect for East Rockaway Inlet to Massac, New York, north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, Massachusetts, and Cape Cod Bay. A hurricane warning is in effect from the south shore of Long Island from Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point, the north shore of Long Island from Port Jefferson Harbor to Montauk Point, New Haven, Connecticut to west of Westport, Massachusetts, and Block Island, and a tropical storm warning is in effect for Port Jefferson Harbor to west of New Haven, Connecticut, the south shore of Long Island from west of Fire Island Inlet to East Rockaway Inlet, Westport, Massachusetts to Chatham, Massachusetts, it's including Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, and coastal New York and New Jersey west of East Rockaway Inlet to Manasquan Inlet, including New York City.
Thank you for that, and we've got a graphical depiction there from the National Hurricane Center showing the forecast track and the hurricane tropical storm related warnings there in red and blue. Given that it has weakened to tropical storm status now, down to 70 miles per hour, that was from the National Hurricane Center's 7 a.m. update. They're doing it hourly now. It'll be interesting to see if those hurricane warnings are maintained when we get to the intermediate advisory at 8. And of course, when that update comes out, we'll have that information for you. And you got to wonder how long they'll wait before eastern Massachusetts will get some kind of watches or warnings, because the wind field is pretty large, and if it follows the cone, it will deliver tropical storm conditions to that whole eastern coast. If you have any comments or questions for us this morning, though, do send your messages in, and of course, if you have any observations, if it's safe to do so, please send us a message. And looking back at New York City once again there, heavy cloud and looking pretty, I mean, it's hard to tell from an image that wide what the conditions are like, but it looks a little bit calm. But that's probably to be expected now, because the tropical storm force winds should be well east of there, especially when you look at the graphic. Or perhaps the tropical storm force winds will just be not too far away, and it will be probably near tropical storm force winds for the New York City area. Those watches and warnings remain in effect. So this is the visible imagery this morning. This is how the storm has been progressing once again. Some more convection building up towards the center. We're not really not that clear of an eye as we were seeing yesterday. And you can see where all the rain will be. It'll be piling on towards the east. You see that cloud tail moving along there. And the southern side of the storm is containing all of the convection and the rainfall. The northern side, pretty bare. So do you think that this might take people by surprise because of that? Any comments? Okay then. I think it could. And taking a look at some other comments on our chat, questions. Will Henri weaken more, or will it maintain? Kenneth thinks it might have a chance just to at least maintain and maybe a little more. Dammy says, or Damie Gamey says, some rain and about 10 to 20 mile an hour winds in northeast Connecticut right now. KSS says the cone has a pretty sharp turn. What's responsible for that? And it's been getting sharper the whole time, hasn't it, Kenneth?
Yeah. So recent things that if you say there's some bad conditions in Connecticut, yes. In the western side, as shown in radar, there's some pretty strong bending at the western side. of Henri, which probably is already bringing heavy rains and gusty winds in Connecticut. And in terms of the cone, actually since last night it has been turned north-northwest later than expected. We are we earlier expect a north-northwest turn last night already, but it only turned before a bit before sunshine. So which means that's why earlier Nathan said Long Island will be a missed target, and it's currently is targeting to near Block Island and heading towards Rhode Island landfall. And as of this, and then there will be a sharp turn later on, which is due to the jet environments. Yeah, because it's currently still being influenced by high pressure in eastern Canada, which leads to a northwest movement. But later on, we will retreat and will be influenced by Atlantic high in the south of it. And after a bit of stalling because lack of steering, which it would just be eastward and then turn extratropical. It's currently pretty much near attaching a stationary front of that.
Just looking at
according
these,
to Unified Circumstances.
just looking at these radar velocities right now, and some fairly decent winds there are going out towards the coastal area that the storm will be making landfall later. It won't be on the ground, of course, but 50, 60 miles per hour off the coast of Rhode Island. Not sure if that means anything to you guys in terms of what might be going on the ground.
It wasn't. I guess it's not much of a surprise that it's pretty. That's pretty strong winds. Obviously, I think Montauk was going to get some strong winds regardless. Regardless of where it would hit. So that is not a surprise there. But for Long Island proper, I think like most of Long Island, it's now going to be a major rain event. There's been some heavy bands in central Suffolk, from what I can tell, and that could lead to flash flooding. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
So this radar imagery will be updating as we go along here. It's something that might take a little while, but this particular radar shows that the northern side is looking pretty decent actually. We're going to try and get a new webcam on here. It'll take us a little while to get that up and running. I know there's some more questions that came in earlier on. But now let's see if we can take a look at New London and Connecticut right now. That's how it looks there. This is an area that's on the edge of the cone right now for a potential landfall spot. That's how it looks there this morning. Pretty dull and wet. But again, doesn't look particularly windy there just yet. But again, it's quite a wide shot, so perhaps looks can be a bit deceiving. But that's another view that we have right now. Let's see if we've got some more comments and observations and anything really. Let's see. Is the convergence zone over New Jersey going to continue weakening? Any comments on that?
Conversion zone on over New Jersey. I'm not sure if I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry, I'm not the best when it comes to like this conversion zone and stuff, but is it going to weaken? Well,
Looks to be pretty slow
I
at the
think,
moment.
yep. I think it might, but I'm not really 100% sure.
And a much more straightforward question: do you think we'll get a Category 5 in the Atlantic? Well, it won't be from this. We're pleased to know that that's the case. Davey says that power just went out there, and that was in northeast Connecticut, so already some power outages going on. I imagine that there might be widespread power outages from this.
Yeah, and these are going to be long-lasting power outages too. I've been hearing that if the power does go out, it could take up to a week or more to get power restored. I don't know if it's going to be, say, 21 days like others are suggesting. I don't know if I don't know if it will get to that point. We hope it's not 21 days. That would be a disaster.
We're looking at radar imagery again because a lot of people are reporting heavy rain at the moment. You can see those bands that are starting to affect the area. Plymouth, Massachusetts just had that band moving through. It's now towards Brockton. It'll reach Boston in the not too distant future. Further west through Connecticut, you've also got that band moving through, a bit wider and perhaps a bit less concentrated on the western side, but you can see all of that orange and red colours there over Long Island. That's near the edge of that radar range. Let's just switch to the Long Island radar. That's actually showing not much going, well, that's showing a rapid dissipation of that band right there, but significant amounts of rain. Oh no, that's because it's showing the storm in the wrong place. Well, that's really helpful. Okay, the storm is not over there. Let's just get that clear right now. I don't know what's happened to the radar there. It's just completely juxtaposed the storm in the wrong place. We'll switch back to the other one, showing how it is from the Massachusetts radar. So my best guess is that there's significant rainfall occurring over the central part of Long Island. But that's how we are right now. That's how it's looking. New London, we were looking at that webcam a moment ago. There it is again. Looks like there's a big rain band in the area. So that might be affecting things there shortly, if not already. And we'll have a look at Boston fairly soon as well, I would think. We'll probably have a little look there to see that rain band moving through, which will probably be in the next, let's see, we're probably still over an hour away from that just now. This is Force 13 Live, Tropical Storm Henri. Yep, tropical storm now. Some slight weakening has caused it to reduce its strength a little bit. Now down to tropical storm status with winds of 70 miles per hour, a pressure estimate of 986, and landfall expected fairly soon, within probably the next 6 hours. This is Seaside Heights, New Jersey, which we were looking at a lot last night. It was quite busy there, if you remember. It looks thoroughly washed out there this morning. And as you can see, quite dead. Obviously, first thing on a Sunday morning, you'd expect that anyway, but no one's out there, rain falling, and that's probably the worst that they'll see there. Boston, Massachusetts, low cloud there this morning. You can see that. Very low cloud. And fairly soon that rain band will push through, and this will probably look a little less calm. We had some questions. Let's see. Will Long Island still be severely affected? It's hard to define severely, isn't it? There still could be a large storm surge. I imagine they're still calling for up to a 5-foot storm surge for that whole area. Yes, they are. So large parts of Long Island and from Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible.
Right, and
Mhm.
right, and that does not even include the heavy rain that's already affecting the area now, which is only going to continue for the next several hours. And not to mention, there is going to be pretty hefty tropical storm force winds, but it's where you are on Long Island that really matters here. If you're on the east end, from say Riverhead eastward, the chances are chances of I'm not I don't think it's a hurricane right now either, but the chances of like potentially 70 plus mile an hour winds are pretty high. Central Suffolk towards like say the Nassau County border could still receive tropical storm winds, and even towards the Nassau Queens border still could get affected as well. So I say yes, it can be severely affected. It will be severely affected by the storm. We just don't know how bad it's going to be yet.
And when we were looking at that rainfall graphic earlier, it was still something like some pockets of, was it 4 to 8 inches, Joey?
Yeah, there was a few pockets of 4 to 8 inches. It was more like isolated areas, dotted around with a more broader area of 4 to 6. No, not 4 to 6. 3 to 4 inches or so.
Okay.
But yeah, so rainfall will be quite a big factor when it comes to on.
We'll hear from the National Hurricane Centre with their intermediate advisory soon. Considering that they're now doing hourly updates, I would expect there to be no early advisories. Sometimes they can put them out half an hour before the scheduled time. I think they'll be doing it pretty much on the hour now. So we'll all be waiting for that as we come up to the 8 o'clock hour. In the meantime, we're obviously here for your questions and comments as we track this storm that gets ever closer to reaching its landfall point. We're still not exactly sure where that will be yet, but it is looking, as we watch it along the trajectory of the cone there, that it could be making a direct landfall soon on Block Island, and then possibly move through to southwestern Rhode Island. Of course, it could make landfall anywhere within that cone, those white lines on either side. So that's easternmost Rhode Island into the extreme western part of southern Massachusetts, and the western extent could be a little bit west of New London, Connecticut, which is what we were looking at a few moments ago. Did Recon find evidence of a hurricane? Is another recent question. I think the answer is no.
Yes, that the answer is really a no, which you can see National Hurricane Center also downgraded the tropical storm. Recon findings, which is what we're sticking with, is also not finding any hurricane force flight level, only barely 64 knots flight level, which translates to around 15 knots, which means 60 miles per hour to surface, which is currently what we're running with a pressure of 986 millibars by center drop zone.
Okay. But you still think it could strengthen a little bit more because of baroclinicity?
Yes, the winds are not increasing, but the pressure, in the last few hours dropped by a few millibars. Yeah, indeed, I think that is due to baroclinicity. Yeah, Nathan, you're right. Even though the double eye wall already dissipated with the inner eye wall died, so yeah, probably due to baroclinicity, which in recent frames we already pretty much showing some signs of that.
Let's go back to some satellite imagery on the visible there. There it is once again. It surely looks the part on visible imagery, but then a lot of storms do, don't they? Certainly showing off the southern part with much higher convection, and appears to be quite significant on the southern side, but yet the radar shows that the northern side also looks fairly interesting. Kenneth, what do you make of that radar imagery?
The radar. Okay, so from the radar imagery, it also showed that the eastern side is also stronger than stronger than southern side. Southern side is pretty empty actually in radar, which uh, it pretty much reflected right now in infrared imagery. Note that radar imagery always have the earlier signs of indication than infrared imagery, because radar is showing more lower level stuff, which stuff always start usually will start at the lower level first. From radar, it's also showing that the northern eye was pretty robust, as well as the western banding currently brushing Connecticut, and also some northern banding also exists over Rhode Island, which is currently suffering strong force winds right now.
So we're looking once again at the webcam at Montauk, New York, on the eastern tip of Long Island. Choppy waters and, to be honest, a choppy stream there, but you get a feel for what it's like on the webcam that's currently closest to the center of the storm. Henri will pass Montauk to the east. Montauk will probably get the very edge of the storm's core, and you can see a few crests there as well. Let's see if we can go back to New London and see what's going on there. That's currently the second closest webcam that we have to the center of the storm. And we're still not seeing too much going on there, although the clouds appear to be moving rather quickly, and maybe slight wobble on the camera there as well. Yeah. So it must be getting pretty breezy there. But we are expecting a significant rain band to move through Boston soon. There again is the view this morning from Boston, Massachusetts. A very low cloud layer. But apart from that, looking fairly quiet, as of course many places will be on a Sunday morning in any case, but even an extra incentive to stay inside with this storm, of course. And for those who haven't seen it this morning, another look at the National Hurricane Center forecast map showing the expectations over the next few days. And we are expecting landfall this afternoon. That first S point there, that's 2 p.m. today. So it will have just moved inland by then, if the National Hurricane Center's forecast holds. And of course we'll have updates from them soon with their intermediate advisory at 8 a.m. A question: are we in a La Nina watch or warning, and will we get to a La Nina this year?
So this year, along with last year, it's also pretty much La Nina, 2020 strong La Nina. So, which we come to this year, currently is a more like a neutral, cold neutral scenario, which climatology for forecasting models showing that we probably enter into a weakened La Nina as well, but weakened in 2020 later this year, which will also showing signs from medium to long range models that the Atlantic season will also be which climatologically also is the peak season in September. We'll see way more activities in September under favorable like MJO, La Nina, and climatological peak. So we will see more activity in September, and it's from a La Nina year this year, but it's currently uncertainty for like next year 2022 2023, but more likely we'll be seeing less activity in the next 2 years, which is not really expected that it will be a Nino, more like a neutral or maybe a Nino next year too, but
Blimey.
it's still very uncertain, but more tends towards that. uh, but just for this year, weakening La Nina, which we'll also see more activity, like more hurricanes, anywhere like open ocean or some even threatening land, like in Gulf of Mexico, formed from the Caribbean, which some models have been showing signs already showing signs and more development in Caribbean right now, with a Central American giant possible developing.
That's never a good sign.
Yeah, never a good sign. Probably not a good sign.
Back to Henri, it's down to tropical storm status if you missed the 7 a.m. update statement. Down to 70 miles per hour, pressure 986. Of course, on our bar at the bottom, we've got 60 miles an hour. There, you can see it right now. Kenneth, do you just want to explain again why we've picked 60 miles per hour?
Sure. So from the last pass for Recon mission 13 from AF307, which right now it has left on rate for AF307, which is picking up from which another recon plane of AF302 is picking up just for latest update. There'll be a switch of recon plane, which the new plane is taking off from Georgia, heading towards on rate. So back to the reason and why we go 60 miles per hour. So Recon AF307 just only found a maximum flight level wind of 64 knots at flight level around 840 to 850 millibars, which by 80% conversion, we're just gone with maximum winds of around 60 miles per hour. That's the main reasoning, with a pressure 986 based on the center drop zone with 986 splash pressure reading and the 5 knot winds, which also 986 millibars based on the rule of only decrease 1 millibar for every 10 knots winds.
Okay, well, that sounded like a mouthful. Let's see what other questions we've got. There's one just now. How many major hurricanes do we think we will get? I assume you mean this year.
Um, so given that we have already one major
One now.
hurricane, just yesterday from Major Hurricane Grace, which is 125 miles per hour from NHC. We've given 120 miles per hour. So we may be seeing more like in September, October, possibly.
I think we'll
Given
get
that the season
maybe
it hasn't been peaked yet. Yeah.
four
So we
more.
may be wow 4 more.
I don't know, but I
I'm
think there's
forecasting at least one or two in September. At
there's
least
high
one or two.
potential, Kenneth,
Yeah.
for ones that stay out to sea, and you can get
In
several of those.
yeah.
Can I just add something to say?
Sure.
Sure.
I just want to say something. A lot of models have been hinting for two significant hurricane in the Gulf in the next 2 weeks. Not sure about that, but I've seen something, and yep.
Long-term
Yeah,
models have been saying a
Yep.
few things, yes.
Yeah, it's been indicating by GFS and GFS, which showing Central American gyre possibly forming, and there will be quite a few storms popping out, with some being hurricane plus status and threatening land. By striking by striking Mexico, the eastern coast of Mexico, may possibly maybe Texas if more north, but still very, very uncertain because it is a long range forecast.
So looking back at Montauk right now, you can see again pretty choppy waters right there. That's the closest point to the center of the storm that we have a webcam for. Let me just see if I can get an accurate number on exactly how far that is away from the center of the storm. We're talking something like I've got to convert from kilometers now. I think it's something like 30 miles from the center of the storm.
30 miles, you said?
30, maybe a little bit less.
I'm not sure. I think that might be sort of accurate considering the updates they've been said it was about 50 miles from Montauk Point.
It'll be much less than that now.
Right. So it's moving in north at 18, so
Yep, it's about 26 miles. I've just got a number.
right.
So, if that's the case, 26 miles, hurricane force winds extend out in that direction. Well, they don't actually. They only extend out in the southeastern. Well, sorry, that was earlier on. It doesn't have hurricane force winds anymore. 50 knot winds extend out 0 in the northwest quadrant either. So, I suppose they're not going to be getting very strong winds there. But they extend out 40 nautical miles, 34 knot winds. So it's pretty safe to say that they're probably getting tropical storm force winds at Montauk right now.
Pretty confident I can agree with you there. Yep.
And again, if you've got any comments for us and questions whilst we're on the air today, I don't know how long we're running for here, whether we might break before landfall and do landfall coverage as well, or whether we'll just continue to run through here. I'm not sure yet. But obviously we'll have the latest information across our channel. We'll have the National Hurricane Center's update shortly. They're expecting to come out with the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory, which might have some new warning information and possibly storm information. They've already put it down to 70 miles an hour, but do we think that they might put it down further, given that we're running with 60?
I do think so.
You don't?
I don't believe the sea surface temperatures are really supportive.
Sea surface
On.
temperature is currently only around 25 degrees Celsius. So it's pretty much very low to for tropical cyclone to have proper intensification and down mixing.
I say maybe potentially for 65 miles an hour, but I'm not 100% sure. There is a decent amount of forming on that northern section, and that could cause problems. I think it could be 65. We'll have to see.
We can just all agree right now that it will not strengthen back to a hurricane. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I agree. There's no chance of it strengthening again. I think it had its opportunity last night. I think that opportunity is passed because the city service temperatures are just simply too low.
Looking once again at New London, Connecticut right now, and just for a reference point here as well, let me just find out how close that is to the center of the storm. That is around 45 miles away. Brightening up a little bit there, probably temporarily. But probably the most interesting webcam right now is at Montauk, New York, which appears to be getting worse here. The storm will be making its closest approach to this point probably in about 2 hours.
I'm gonna have to check high tide times for certain areas on the South Shore. I'm not 100% sure about when those tide times are, but I have heard a little bit that maybe it's the South Shore, like getting the tide tides about right around now, and then maybe for the North Shore around maybe around noon. Though I'm not 100% sure about the times. I gotta double check.
From what I saw, the high tide was going to be just before 12 noon.
I'm gonna double check that. Just see if when those might be. So I'll pay attention to that. Because if it is at high tide, because if it's close to high tide now, then that choppiness at Montauk Point is only going to get worse.
Naturally. Let's see if we can get that Long Island radar working again without the juxtaposition error. There we go. So you can see in terms from a Long Island perspective just where all the rain is right now. A little zoom in for that area. Pushing along the coastline there. Don't know why it took me up there. And you can see a bit further out towards New Jersey, lots of rain falling over that area as well. There's going to be some high totals in some isolated locations, that's pretty sure. Now this radar imagery, it looks like the eye wall is unraveling. Would there be any truth to that?
That may be possibly due to either I guess it's the northern side still attempted to rob again, or it is due to paraclinic forcing which caused a further tilt in structure to the western side, with the eastern side being more empty, but with more stronger band the western side, as shown in current radar imagery, which is typical for extratropical transition.
Yes. Let's just take a sweep through some of our views again. This is New York City right now, Dimitri.
I'm looking at the bands of radars. The A quick thing to note: the radar imagery, the center of that radar, that's at Brookhaven National Laboratory. That's in Upton, New York. Form that's like really close to where that quorum sign is. I think it's a bit to my east, to the east of that area.
Okay.
Just from a buoy report 44097, just southeast of Block Island, Rhode Island reported a significant wake height of 17 feet
Wow.
just offshore of Block Island.
So, a question there from Ian. In what state do you think Henri will make landfall? It's looking more and more like Rhode Island at this point. It's following the cone not too badly now compared to yesterday. It's looking pretty likely and possibly a landfall on Block Island, although it's looking a little bit like it will pass just slightly east. Update out from the National Hurricane Center. They've kept it at 70 miles per hour and a pressure of 986 millibars. Center of Henri moving closer to eastern Long Island and southern New England. Dangerous storm surge, strong gusty winds and flooding rainfall are expected in portions of the northeastern United States. The hurricane warning for Long Island, the southern coast of New England and Block Island has been changed to a tropical storm warning, so all hurricane warnings are gone. I was just trying to see if there's any reports. A weather flow station on Block Island recently reported a sustained wind of 41 miles per hour and a gust to 50. A weather flow station near Narragansett, Rhode Island, recently measured a sustained wind of 44 and a gust to 55. And as we know, the next complete advisory will be at 11 a.m.
That I think it's a very sensible decision to remove the hurricane warnings from the National Hurricane Center. Still keep in mind that there is still storm surge warnings for both shores of Long Island, as well as Flushing and Chatham, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island, as well as watches for East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic, New York, north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, Massachusetts, and Cape Cod Bay. So those are still a problem for mainly coastal areas. So that is but overall, I think the NHC made the right call here to downgrade whose hurricane watches to tropical storm hurricane warnings to tropical storm warnings.
We're going to take a short break, and then we'll have our 8 a.m. hour of coverage as we continue to track Tropical Storm Henri. Stay tuned. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tropical storm Henri continues to weaken slightly, 70 miles per hour, pressure of 986 millibars, and about to move ashore along the New England coast. Tropical storm warnings now all along that area, which clears up a bit of confusion because we can convey that in less slides now, which is good news from this end. So, just to reiterate all the information then, 70 miles per hour and a pressure of 986. The hurricane warning that was in effect has been changed to a tropical storm warning. So, the main takeaway from that, a storm surge warning then is still in effect for the south shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, north shore of Long Island from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, and from Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A storm surge watch for East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic, New York, and north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach and Cape Cod Bay. A tropical storm warning now for Manasquan Inlet, New Jersey to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Long Island and New York City. Block Island, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard also in the tropical storm warning zone. And as you can see, it's drawing much closer to land. We expect at this point, let me just see if I can get some estimates running in terms of how far it is away from landfall now. We're talking about, if it was to make landfall on Block Island, that's 21 miles away. Rhode Island, 36 miles away from the storm right now. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again, as you can see, covering this storm for another hour, joined by my team in this hour, Kenneth, Anthony, Dimitri, Joey, and Xbox. Good morning to you all.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello, hello.
Good morning.
Oh, how's it going, everyone?
We're fine. Let's see if we can bring back that radar imagery. There it is. So, what do we make of the storm now then?
Well, I think we saw something about the southern
It
eye wall.
is a weekend. Now go ahead.
Yeah, I think we saw something about the southern eye wall going, like, fully weakening or dissipating. At least from what I saw on the stream whilst I was monitoring the last hour. Do you have something to say?
Yeah,
So I've
it is
sketched
definitely a
something.
weakening.
Anthony, go ahead.
Alright.
It is definitely a weakening storm. It's not a strengthening storm anymore. This is closer to landfall now, and we can definitely see signs of this weakening. And yeah, this is gonna make landfall, and we won't see, in my opinion at least, we won't see any strengthening, but could surprise me.
So right now I'm sharing screen and showing what just happened and summarize it what's happening on Ray. So in recent frames, as said earlier, the southeastern eye wall is starting to get open a little bit, and overall the size of Henri is currently tilting northwards due to parkline forcing probably she is not a currently big effect of Henri. So low shear environment, and you can see I said in this at this point over Block Island, 17 feet of wave reported with gusts of over 50 miles per hour near storm force winds. So here's the coastline. Rhode Island is currently moving northwest, and the dash line like a cone is sketching the possible impact of the eye wall area is probably going to cover the entire of Rhode Island, um, with possible touching Connecticut and a bit of Massachusetts near the near Rhode Island border. Also, that's worth mentioning. There's a very strong banding arc west of Henri, which is affecting Connecticut and Long Island, which it really needs to be watching out with probably gale force winds and very torrential rain. Possible, you can see that precipitation depiction. You can see particularly strong rain over Long Island and southern Connecticut. And from velocity map, you can also see pretty strong winds with probably estimated 55 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour around a kilometer over surface, which translates to around 40 to 45 miles per hour surface, which is pretty dangerous winds and should not be ignored. As so as the areas near the eye wall areas of Rhode Island, Connecticut, those who are inside the near eye wall areas. So the precautions right now for near Rhode Island and somewhere in Connecticut, I believe it. I believe there's a mandatory evacuation or
Yeah.
ordered already. Yeah, so do it, really do it. It's been urged because it's a low-lying area, which flooding around 2 inches possible, and the storm surge possible over 5 feet in addition to high tide, which is pretty soon, uh, which means around over 2 meters of sea level rise, which cause very serious flooding. What's the concept of 2 meter? Just taller than a person, which is fatal, which needs to be avoided. For and you're near low-lying areas, go to highest position of your house, or you already evacuate to indoors of higher floor, high elevation. Flooding of 1 to 2 feet just because of rainfall, plus 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Also, damage to weak wall possible. Some damage to weak poorly built wall possible, and windows is also pretty vulnerable under heavy rain with a flying debris possibly breaking the window for
All right.
pretty much like that.
Let's take a look at models right now then. This is what the GFS is showing. This was initialized early this morning, showing the storm, and as you can see there, initializes it with winds of 63 miles per hour. And then as you can see very quickly, landfall there. In fact, GFS calling for a landfall on Montauk Point there. I doubt it. It's moving east of that. And then you'll notice, if you look carefully, it moves in westwards. Hold on a minute. What you'll notice is, if I was to draw a line on that, that it moves in and then does a little bit of a loop out that way. I don't think that's going to happen. The National Hurricane Center certainly don't think so. But that's what the GFS thinks about that, and weakening from here on in, really. And then what's left of it gets taken up by that front. Let's take a look at the longer range in the Atlantic though over the next few days. Look out for the tropical zones. So first you'll see, I don't know what that is out in the Atlantic, very broad thing. But then you will see a weak little rotation here near Cape Verde. That is on the 25th. Moves through the islands that way and off it goes. And then you'll notice eventually on, I think, day 5 Watch this area here for generation, and that will eventually become, potentially, another tropical storm. Could become a potent one and makes landfall again on the Yucatan Peninsula. Now this is quite far out as far as models go, 6 days, but that is nearly a hurricane making landfall on the Yucatan yet again, and then moving into the Bay of Campeche. Not quite like Grace, but this is a long way out and things can change. Speaking of Grace, what's left of it will probably become a new tropical cyclone. There it is. That would be the next name on the Eastern Pacific list, Kenneth.
Yes, Grace has already passed through the Mexico Mountain ranges, and there's a center reformation that just occurred over 105 west, and is currently back over water 6 hours ago. And as
Wow.
Cat has found 25 knot to 30 knot winds. Also, Grace has been stopped tracking ATCF and has been given a new designation of 94E.
Okay.
Currently, we're given an 80% of reformation chance into tropical storm in the next 2 days.
And in 3 days' time, I've marked another system there that could become our next tropical storm after what would be the next tropical storm in the Eastern Pacific. So there's 2. And then towards the end of the 7-day period, there's actually one that develops near Nicaragua and then moves northeast into... That's ridiculous. I can't see that happening, but that would be insanity.
That's probably a very apparent TCG bias over GFS. That as GFS is the main model that
And
wants
there's another one.
a gyre, a Central American gyre to form next week, which for a dry situation, that's what will produce for GFS. That shows possible many tropical cyclone formation, but possibly there will be a chance have more significant development chance and more frequent inverse and tropical cyclone to form over south of Central America or north of it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, look over here. This is what's left of Linda, but still looks pretty decent on the model initialization. A decent ring of tropical storm force winds. Kenneth, you had some interesting thoughts on this, I think.
Yes. So it's been pretty surprising that yesterday around, I believe, 18Z sees around 50 to 16Z yesterday, which there's a convection comeback of Linda, which because of that immediately makes that as a tropical storm around 35 knots, which means 40 miles per hour tropical storm. As we've upgraded that at our own Cyclone Anacine tropical weather outlook at 22Z, we've bring it back to we've brought it back to tropical storm status, and unfortunately, just after that, it just lost all convection again, which we barely hold it as tropical storm. To see if there's any convection regeneration. Surprise, like yesterday, but it still doesn't. I will drop it back to remnant low. And the next ATC effect is currently heading towards Hawaii, Hawaiian Islands, which we may see a bit of gusty winds and a little bit of showers possible. But as it moves over to upper level low and dry air conditions, it's probably going to die as it passes over Hawaii.
Tropical storm force winds, but on the satellite imagery, where is Linda?
Yeah, it's already have a very exposed center. The gale winds are barely just at the northern side, so probably we won't see any gale winds over Hawaii.
Moving back further east, that's a massive blob of convection that what's left of Grace has produced.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
since yesterday for after Grace makes landfall, pretty much that's a rather typical case for there's a higher elevation areas, mostly land masses. There's some frictional convergence blowing up at the coastline, which will bring a very severe rainfall and thunderstorm activities. offshore of Western Mexico, and possibly affecting land as well. So that's with the aid of frictional convergence, I think, that's why a central relocation occurred, which remnants of rays just took advantage of it and make a central relocation to attempt to cross over the mountain ranges and relocate the center as of now, which is currently what is of 94E.
Alright, well that's a little look round there. Let's go back to the main story, of course, Henri, which is moving in towards the coast of New England. We're trying to get that radar imagery back, but it was interesting to take a look at all those models. Hopefully the radar wakes up in a moment. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, of course, please send them in. We're live to take those, and as you can see, it's moving ever closer to Block Island and then eventually onto Rhode Island. Latest estimate on its position right now puts it 21 miles from Block Island. And a reminder of the current intensity of the storm, it's down to 70 miles per hour and a pressure of 986. Moving north-northwest at 16 miles per hour. So if indeed it continues that motion, then it could reach Rhode Island in just over 2 hours. It certainly looks like it's accelerated a little bit recently.
Not really too much, mainly just maintaining its movement, because from my sense of my sense fix just done by various fixes, so it actually didn't slow down too much. Actually, it
Okay.
didn't.
Let's go back to Montauk, and this is the current view there right now. And as you can see, getting even more rough. This, once again, for the time being, is the closest webcam that we have to the center of the storm, and the waves there are just about to lap over the pier, it would seem. Yesterday the pier was a good 5 to 6 feet above the water level, and the waters were rather calm. Although this webcam is a little bit jumpy at times, as you can see. We've had a bit of a lengthy stoppage there.
Nathan, I have an update to tell you.
Sure.
I've been checking out some of the high tides. Montauk's high tide, the next high tide is at 9:18 a.m.
Really?
So it's, yes, within like the next hour. And for New London, Connecticut, it's 9:49 a.m. Like that's the closest other spot that you have out there. That's probably important to note.
Okay, we'll take that on board.
So it's bad at Montauk right now because it's very close to high tide.
Thank you for the update. Just for the moment, I'm not sure we've still got Montauk on our line here. We're looking at New London right now. Yep, it looks like we've just lost the Montauk webcam.
Wait, oh shit.
So I'm not sure whether that will return or not. So with our latest webcam from New London there right now, that's how things are looking there.
It's a little
And
shaky.
Yes, a little bit, and as we heard, high tide on the way. Boston is probably going to get some significant rainfall shortly, so let's see if we can cross over to there and have a little look at what's going on. Boston right now. Oh yes, cloud really moving in now. Visibility well down. And you can't really see much there, honestly. Comments and questions, please send them in, and we'll be able to answer them on the air. And if you have any observations from your neck of the woods, if it's safe to do so, please let us know. It may be useful in some way or other. From what we're hearing, lots of flooding reports. Are Grace's remnants expected to re-strengthen to a tropical cyclone? Yes, is the answer to that. I would say it's almost certain.
Well, the convection's there this morning. Massive blowups of convection. I wouldn't see why it would re-strengthen after making a major hurricane landfall in Mexico.
It'll get the
It
tropical
will probably
storm
get the name
status.
Marty.
Yep, as something new.
But it's looking really good this morning, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see this I wouldn't be surprised if we see Marty from 1 day from now, so.
Back to our radar imagery of the storm's progress, and Block Island appears to be close to. Are we still calling it an eye wall? Is it still a proper eye wall?
I'll say it's currently really disintegrating. As I'll show you the velocity here. This is the radar of Massachusetts. You can see that. In contrast to reflectivity and velocity, currently the wind max is still here to here, while that in New York City, to contrast, you can pretty much see the arc of the radius maximum winds is already expanding from here to around here. Around this position is currently where the maximum is located, indicated by radar. Although the banding in here is also quite noteworthy. So based on current radar velocity, you can see here a y spot of 65 miles per hour plus. You can see here at inbound, and currently this at the southwestern quadrant is around 55 miles per hour as I just last checked, which is also mixing down to surface. That's at least scale to storm force winds, just offshore Rhode Island and Connecticut and Long Island, which I've seen the latest surface observation of a buoy just around 41 north, 71.0 west, which is around here. Which is around here. It's current with which is just reporting winds of around. I remember that around 30 meters per second gust and a pressure of 1,004 millibars.
All right. Let's take a look back at that other radar imagery again from Long Island, showing the rainfall persisting and moving through central Long Island particularly. We're just looking around at our other webcams right now to see what's going on internally at all these other places. Let's throw it back to Boston then for the time being. There's certainly going to be significant rainfall there in the next few moments, I think. And this is Coney Island right now, and you can see more of a shadow in the distance there and that cloud. This area now is probably at its closest point to the storm, so things should start to get better here shortly. But it is a shame that we lost the
Seen a lot of
Montauk camera. This was the last frame that it showed. It was getting pretty rough there. Go ahead.
I've seen a lot of questions since started the stream in the chat. Many people asking if Canada will be safe from this storm. From what I've seen from the forecast, I think maybe a tropical depression on Nova Scotia, but
Well,
it might be extratropical by then.
I'm pretty sure it will be.
Probably some remnants in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI. Not sure if it could get to Newfoundland and Labrador. Not sure about that.
I wouldn't be too concerned in Atlantic Canada.
No, wouldn't be too much.
If you were talking about Canada a couple days ago, like the forecast was maybe looking for a tropical storm landfall in Nova Scotia, but now they've backed off on that, so yeah, I don't think gonna be much impacts. Most in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, and also Long Island.
Back to our radar shot, and you can see once again its position in relation to those areas along the shore, getting fairly close to Block Island at this point. Bit of a crude estimation, we're probably about 21 miles offshore. It's going to be very close to a landfall. I'm not yet convinced that it will actually be one, but it will be mighty close, and then it will make landfall in Rhode Island for sure, I think we can say at this point. Just trying to get a motion speed for the last, say, 2 hours. It's moved about 29 miles in the last 2 hours. Let's get some more questions. What do you think for Omaze in the Western Pacific? It has passed the Ryukyu Islands. It's in the East China Sea now, and it will reach South Korea as a transitioning storm. It will weaken a bit. Some tropical storm force winds possible for South Korea. Not much else to say, really.
Quick question. Did this thing have a Filipino name?
I believe it. Yes, but I can't remember what it was. So our Philippine team
Filipino name?
will be very
I think
angry.
it was Isang.
Yes.
Wait, repeat that again? Isang. Okay, thank you.
ISANG.
A question from Cosmic: can Block Island get hurricane gusts? I think so.
What are the gusts anyway? I haven't checked that on.
And given we're Thinking sustained winds, well, National Hurricane Center sustained winds are 70 miles an hour. We're running 60. That would suggest hurricane force gusts.
Yes, around 75 to 80 miles per hour.
We will keep trying to raise the webcam at Montauk, but it did go down not long ago. And as far as we can see, it's still down. Or is it? We might have it back actually. Let's see if we can access it. Montauk, I believe, currently. I can't quite tell if this might just be another look at what happened before it went down, or whether it is back and running. But this was at least in the last half hour, the scene in Montauk. I'm just not sure whether this is current or not. The closest webcam that we have to the storm itself, that is, the center of the storm, approximately 30 miles away.
Just searched up and tropical storm Omais by Pagasa, and it is Isang. I don't know if I pronounce it well, but it is Isang.
Yep. Since 5 a.m., the National Hurricane Center has been doing hourly updates, and they'll be doing, I assume, more. So we'll hear what they have to say at 9 a.m. Usually they're just position updates. Sometimes they can change the winds a little bit. We'll see what happens. But at this stage of the storm, it's more about just waiting until it makes landfall, really, at this point. All preparations should be made in the areas that are affected, because tropical storm force winds are coming ashore right now, if they haven't already. And from what we're hearing already, lots of power outages, flooding concerns. Whilst we continue to look at this camera. And so far the numbers don't seem to be very high in terms of power outages. I do have some information. New Jersey is the highest at the moment, with 6,400 without power right now.
I've heard the PSEG has reported that 885 customers has been affected by power outages. That is as of 7:50. Also, several flights at ISA MacArthur Airport has been canceled due to Henri. No surprises there. But again, check before you head out.
Half of those New Jersey power outages are in Middlesex County, by the way. Let's see what else. Let's look back at Boston right now. Look at the visibility, it's gone.
Are the clouds that low?
So that's Boston. Looks like we're having some technical problems here at this end as well right now. So we'll just leave it on that webcam for a little while.
question from Zainab Kidway. Do you think St. James be affected with power outages? Well, PACG Long Island has already said about 885 power outages have already been caused, and we are not even close to done. I think there will be some more power outages over the course of the storm. So that's a possibility for St. James.
And I have a quick question, just a personal question, like my question. Do you guys think Grace can be retired if we have a season that can be less active than last year, for example?
Whether or not Grace should be retired.
Well, we'll still have to wait and see on the damages.
Yeah.
Really. Looking at New Jersey right now, you can see some of these storm reports, flash flood and heavy rain reports, and you can see the areas that are getting the most of those reports right now. If you're familiar with that area, I'm not. So along I-95 there near Jamesburg, looks to be a hot spot there for flooding and heavy rainfall. Hoping to bring back the radar imagery. I don't know where that's gone for the time being. So let's throw it back. Oh, we had it just for a moment there. Well, there's Montauk once again. Which is pretty close to the storm. Won't get the center. Like a wave just crashed there as well. I do believe that this is running again now, I think. The second closest webcam we've got is New London, Connecticut. Looking quiet there, which I suppose is good to see. No one out. With high tide approaching in an hour. Boston. Must have been a heavy rainstorm there in the outer bounds of the storm, which has just passed over the area. Visibility starting to improve again. Oh, lovely. There's ads all over the place. Not my doing. And there's Montauk once again. And we also wanted to look at... Where did we want to look? I think that was all of them actually. We wanted to go back to the radar. Here is it. Here the radar is. Once again showing what you would call, I think from what I was hearing from Kenneth, a pretty fractured eye wall, if we're even calling it one anymore. And you can see how fairly close it's getting now to Block Island, which is that small island there on the northern side of the storm's core. This is Force 13 Live, and if you've just joined us, the latest information from the National Hurricane Center is that Henri has winds of 70 miles per hour and a pressure of 986 millibars, 40.7 north, 71.3 west. That's as of 8 a.m. That hurricane warning that was in effect for so long is gone. We're now down to just tropical storm warnings for Manasquan Inlet, New Jersey to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Long Island and New York City, Block Island, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard. Very curious track forecast cone, has that sharp bend towards the east as it turns post-tropical. We expect the National Hurricane Center will issue an update statement at the top of the hour because they've started doing that. Let's see if we can get our visible imagery back again. There it is. So you can see there the convection blowing up pretty much over Block Island right now. The center of the storm a little bit south and east of that. Infrared. Just going to show a few of these channels. There's the water vapor.
Wow, I didn't even know that Henri stretched so far out to Pennsylvania in
Yes.
terms of visible appearance. Actually, no.
Well, go back to the visible and you'll see cloudiness associated with the storm halfway through Pennsylvania. I think Kenneth wants our attention again though. You're showing more annotations and all that. I'm not sure if Kenneth is ready to speak yet, but we'll go back to our radar imagery. And just to show you the Boston area again on the radar, that's what just went through. That was responsible for that, what appeared to be a deep fog, but was probably very heavy rain. So I imagine that'll be waking a few people up this morning if they're not up and out already. And the main bulk of the storm is still out towards the west and southwest.
Oh yeah, we see that banding passing through Boston.
In fact, it's just got worse there. There's the view from Boston right now. You can't even see the bridge anymore. It's, I imagine it's a very heavy rain shower there right now. So if you're in the Boston area, please let us know what's going on there. How bad is it? Is it causing any flooding concerns? Is there any strong winds or power outages? Because from Boston right now, this is all we're seeing. Heavy rainfall. And even on the glass, rainfall appears to be falling at quite a rapid rate. As is the case in Montauk, this is how it looks again here. A reminder that this is only around 25 miles from the center of the storm's eye, and it's only probably a handful of miles away from the inner core at this location. This is the closest webcam we have to the center of the storm. The second closest is still at New London, Connecticut, which is approximately, I think, 45 miles from the center of the storm, or maybe 40 now. They could get a significant storm surge. But Boston is where it's all going on by the looks of things. Big red area, red band that moved over there just now, and well, that's how it looks. and we'll monitor for any information regarding power outages, because I know a comment just came in there about a city block losing power there just now. We'll have an update from the National Hurricane Center soon. They'll be doing the hourly updates. So at 9 a.m. we'll probably have some more news, or at least an update. Those who are just joining us this morning, Henri is down to 70 miles per hour. That makes it a strong tropical storm, no longer a hurricane. Pressure of 986. The hurricane warning that was in effect is gone, changed to a tropical storm warning. So a tropical storm warning in effect from Manasquan Inlet, New Jersey to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Long Island and New York City, as well as Block Island, Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. Reminder of their expectations: Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Narragansett Bay, Buzzards Bay, Vineyard Sound and Nantucket Sound. They're expecting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Same too for the North Shore of Long Island from Flushing to Montauk Point, and for the South Shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point. The South Shore of Long Island, sorry, I read that one already. Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, including Cape Cod Bay, 2 to 4 feet. The South Shore of Long Island from East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic Beach, 2 to 4 feet. Cape May, New Jersey to East Rockaway Inlet, 1 to 3 feet. And Sagamore Beach to Merrimack River, including Massachusetts Bay, 1 to 3 feet expected. 3 to 6 inches of rain expected over portions of Long Island, New England, southeast New York, New Jersey and northeast Pennsylvania today and into Monday, with isolated maximums near 10. Now, if you've got any more comments for us, please send them in. So Swagger says, any severe weather possible with Henri? If so, where? National Hurricane Center talk about the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. It's always a possibility with these storms. I don't think there's any indication of that just yet, but it's going to be flash flooding and flooding risks that are the main threat from this.
I think we have someone reporting a power outage in Boston amongst their friends and a whole city block avoiding out. And I think Long Island, was it? Yeah, Long Island had 2 trees down the street of Zion-Upgate Way.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, minor damage. I mean, yes, power outages. That is also something.
Hold on. You mentioned Long Island there. Where on Long Island was the power?
I don't have a vague location. They just mentioned somewhere in Long Island, down their street.
I do know that about 800, 900 people, around 900 people have lost power at least. But I don't particularly know the hardest hit locations, at least in terms of where those power outages are.
All I have here is that 774 are out in Suffolk.
In Suffolk County, which, if there are 885, let me do the math.
Yep. Just over
There's
100
gotta be
elsewhere.
some in Nassau County too. There's got to be some in Nassau County as well.
We're only seeing 23 in Nassau.
Nassau County 23. Yep, that makes sense.
So on that imagery just then, it looked like Boston, the visibility was starting to improve again. Here we are back at Montauk, which, as I keep saying, is the closest camera that we've got to the storm's eye. Block Island, though, is where this thing is headed, and we're going to see if we could possibly get anything from there.
We have a little more vacant location. 2 trees down in St. James. Okay, or
In St. James.
Long Island.
The funeral industry has been
Oh,
ripping off the
God.
public.
It's that guy again. We're trying to get to. Oh dear. I've got loads of noise in my earpiece now. We're trying to get a webcam loaded, which I think we do have now. On the Block Island. Let's try and get that up here now. There's a view from Block Island, which could be getting the center of the storm soon from the lighthouse there. So we'll keep that one running as well, and we'll see if we get any new shots from there. We'll run it back to Montauk at the moment though, where rainfall appears to be pretty heavy. And let's see if we can have another look at Boston as the rain starts to clear away, I think. Or maybe not so much just yet. Still pretty grim there. And once again, we should be hearing from the National Hurricane Center shortly. In fact, we already have. The 9 a.m. Eastern Time position update is already out. They've dropped it to 65 miles per hour and a pressure of 987 millibars. A weather flow station on Block Island recently reported a sustained wind of 47 miles per hour and a gust to 59. Another weather flow station near Narragansett, Rhode Island, recently measured a sustained wind of 35 miles per hour and a gust to 54, whilst another station at Great Gull Island, near the eastern end of Long Island, New York, measured a sustained wind of 36 and a gust to 45. The NOAA Seaman Station at Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, recently reported a sustained wind of 47 miles per hour and a gust to 58. So, as of 9 a.m., 40.8 degrees north, 71.4 degrees west, 65 miles per hour winds sustained with higher gusts and a pressure of 987 millibars. Any reaction to that latest estimate, team?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's reasonable. Considering that Recon already not finding support above 60 miles per hour a few hours ago. National Hurricane Center is currently gradually decreasing its current intensity. Yeah, so pretty much it's reasonable to drop until 60 miles per hour range. So it's good enough.
Well, once again, that's the view from Boston and the view from Montauk right now. Very soon, this will be the storm will be making its closest approach to this right now. And I know, Kenneth, you're looking at Recon. Are they in there?
Not really yet. It still takes some time. As of now, currently It is at around 36 north, 77 west, which still quite a bit distance to already at around halfway going. It's currently around roughly around 41 north, something like that, and 71 point something west. So yeah, around halfway there until they make the very first center pass.
And I saw you doing some annotations earlier. Do you want to show something on your screen?
All right. So I've heard that there's currently is very bad situation in Boston, Massachusetts, with no visibility at all. Power outages there as well. All right. So you can see here, and especially strong reflectivity. What right over Boston? I'm using Boston radar, so you can see very strong reflectivity here. A very intense banding out right here, right offshore Massachusetts, all the way across Boston, all the way down to Rhode Island and to Connecticut as well. All the way the arc has banded around almost or over half around the center of the outer band, which right now I'll see the velocity map. It's loading right now.
We've just got some more information now. 1100 out of power on Long Island.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's
So Long
actually a
Island,
lot better than that. I heard at least 2,500.
That's how
so,
much we can
let-
confirm right now. Might be more.
So, okay, so I'll discuss more. So New York's. So I'll switch back to New York City. You can see. Currently, you can see this such an arc. Right now. Very intense gales winds possible over Long Island. Possible storm force gust. Rainfall amount probably not very good. As I see from reflectivity, I'll estimate probably 20 to 40 millimeters per hour for Long Island right now, which is certainly not good, and probably it will just persist for quite a few more hours. I'll say for at least this afternoon. So the rainfall amount is probably not fun.
Oh my goodness. I wish they would stop those ads. I'm sorry about that, Kenneth. I had to interrupt you because they did all that stuff. I didn't think that would happen when I loaded it back again. Alright, well that's nice. And it gives me an earful when that happens as well. Kenneth, we'll talk more about this shortly. We're going to go to a break here at Force 13 HQ as we were due to anyway. And we'll be back to talk more about that after this. We'll definitely get it sorted next hour. Promise. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Look at that there on the Montauk webcam. That's the first wave that I've seen over top the pier, and there's the second one. So things getting pretty busy over there right now. It's currently 9 AM on the US East Coast, and Tropical Storm Henri is on its way to making landfall later this morning as high tide occurs this hour in some of these locations. Before I introduce the team again and get their audio up and running, which shares the same audio as those ads that keep interrupting some of the webcams, I'm going to try this one once again and see if it works. There we go. There's the webcam at Block Island right now, which we're going to keep running as well. This location could receive the eye of the storm, or the center of it, or whatever you want to call it at this point, because the eye wall is capitulating. And we'll see how we do with that. My name's Nathan Foy in the studio once again. It's nice to see you, of course, in a somewhat bad situation, especially with the heavy rainfall occurring in the region, and that is probably going to be the main threat from this storm as we go along now, along with the storm surge. And to talk about it with me here is our team, consisting of Xbox, Dimitri and Anthony, but first we're going to talk to Kenneth.
Okay, so considering what we did in the what we're discussing in at the just the session before the break. So here's we I'll start from Boston. Still looks very worse. No visibility and still torrential rainfall. You can see a particularly strong reflectivity blob here, which signifies pretty strong activities and bad weather, possibly around. I'll say based on the what they're looking outside are 50 millimeters of rainfall probably. What we see here, it's probably seeing here, which the band won't go probably for an hour or two, so which there will be an expanding. I'll say pushing of this span, pushing here, and will arrive probably as it makes landfall for around, let me see, for around I'll say 2 to 3 hours afterwards. And as of right now, you can see I will here just barely having the northwestern side, and the overall wind field is expanding. Both the maximum wind radius and the overall wind field, which signifies that it's undergoing extratropical transition, or all of those that towards the northwest, empty southeast. And here's the velocity map that matches with the banding. You can see the wide swath of 60-65 miles per hour here, so as that of the western banding for around 50 miles per hour. A lot would translate that a gale force wind has already arrived onshore of Long Island and some parts of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts already. Which the coast is already, I'll say, facing gale force winds right now, with wind still intensifying in before it makes landfall. I've received report around 41 north, 71.1 west, which is roughly here, quite near the eye wall, which has recently recorded a wave in feet around 19.4.
Kenneth,
19.4 feet. Very clear. Yes?
as we look at your radar scope there, towards the southwest over New Jersey, green outlines, are those flash flood warnings?
Yes.
And there's been a report in Milltown, New Jersey of severe flooding.
Yeah, so that's mainly due to some way earlier, like last night, when Henri still hurricane. There's like just similar to this banding. Originally, it was all the way here. That is what is last night. The banding is very intense. As intense as what is currently what Iowa is. All the way the line is from here all the way to here, bringing or around at least 100 millimeters of rainfall. I'll do it again. So around here, the banding is bringing 100 millimeters per 3 hours, around like that. And there's a flooding,
So that's
of
4
around one
inches
to
in 3
2 feet.
hours.
Yeah, that is pretty intense. Yes. Which is which was I believe is somewhat higher, around 150 millimeters to 200 millimeters accumulated, with 1 to 2 feet of surge uh, that have uh, emerges the car, which means of 1 to 2 feet of flash flooding, which yeah, it's been wounded, and there's some fuel reports that says the same.
Okay, let's go back to our. Well, actually, let's go to Boston once again. That's how it looks there still. Rain is extremely obstructing our view. Montauk. Things getting increasingly more heavy there, it would seem. Water level appears to be rising still.
Again, it's very close. Tide's supposed to be coming in about 8 minutes from now. Also, I also have the latest update statement from the National Hurricane Center. It says that a weather flow station on Block Island, Rhode Island, recently reported sustained wind of 47 miles per hour and a gust of 59 miles per hour. That is 76 and 95 kilometers per hour for those using metric. Another weather flow station near Narragansett, Rhode Island, recently measured a sustained wind of 35 miles per hour, 56 kilometers per hour, and a gust of 54 miles per hour, or 87 kilometers per hour, while another station at Great Gull Island near the eastern end of Long Island, New York, measured a sustained wind of 36 miles per hour, 58 kilometers per hour, and a gust of 40 to 45 miles per hour, 72 kilometers per hour. The NOAA Seaman Station at Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, recently measured a sustained wind at 47 miles per hour, and a gust of 76 kilometers per hour, and gusts of 58 miles per hour, 93 kilometers per hour. The sustained winds have dropped. The NHC now has it at 65 miles per hour with a pressure of 987 millibars.
Yeah, that was the update that came out earlier on, the 9 a.m. update, and they're doing hourly updates as we go along here. So we'll have more information, I'm sure, as time goes on. Warnings won't change until the next full advisory at least, and that would be at 11 a.m. Now look at that, those waves piling on over that pier there. Montauk, New York, around 25 miles from the center of the eye.
We have a cool little shot of E Beach somewhere along the affected area by Isaac, and he's streaming it as he just joined.
This is Newport, Rhode Island right now. This is the live view off there. You can see the wave action going on, and then the decrease in visibility You can't really hardly see the cars to the top left, top to right, top right of your screen rather. You can't really see them too well as they start to get into the thick of things with Tropical Storm Henri.
And welcome aboard, Isaac. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Let's go over
Good
to
morning.
Block Island once again. The view from the lighthouse there. This, I believe, is live. Well, it was until it had that circly thing. Let's go back to Isaac. You're looking at a few places.
This is also Newport Harbor, just another view.
Of course, we'll keep taking questions all the way to landfall, and the question is, has it made landfall yet? From one of our viewers. The answer is no. Landfall can't be too far away.
I think I saw this question once. Where would it make landfall?
Block Island's a possibility, but Rhode Island looks to be certain for a landfall at this stage. Boston's still well under the cloud and rain there as well. I assume this is still up to date. And let's check Montauk again. We've got plenty of webcams to be looking at right now. And you can see those waves there. We'll keep it here for a while. On our live coverage of Tropical Storm Henri, which weakened from hurricane status earlier this morning. Now down to 65 miles per hour, a pressure of 987. And of course, even when we're not on the air, you can always take part in our community chat on our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, which will not only covers tropical cyclones, but has places to chat about all weathers, really. Of course, obviously, this is our main focus today. It's been a bit of a roller coaster few days with Grace's 2 landfalls that occurred, and long hours and difficult overnight hours for Grace, and now obviously Henri's landfall this morning.
They recently just got on the day 1 connective outlet for the SPC. There's a marginal risk for Rhode Island, Eastern Massachusetts. So areas like Boston and Providence, Worcester, and Lower Massachusetts could have a chance for severe weather, but it's a marginal risk.
Some news here as well. We now have 2,600 power outages on Long Island. And we have 2,500 in Connecticut right now. 800 of those in Fairfield County. 541 in New London. In Rhode Island, Washington County has 3,200 out, and Newport 1,822. So those power outage numbers are starting to creep up. Also 368 power outages in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. So we think there's going to be a lot of those. And if you have any further questions for us, please send them in, and observations on the ground would probably be very beneficial to our coverage and also possibly for others watching. Let's go back to Isaac's webcam. That's in Newport, right?
Yes, eastern part of Newport, Rhode Island. You can see every now and then, well, not anymore now, it's backed out, but every now and then you saw waves break over that little mini seawall, I guess you could call it that. And here's another look at it, also in Newport Harbor. Just a more of a wide shot here of the bay, it looks like. And you can see those winds gusting up a little bit, looking at those trees.
Yeah. And once again, here's some visible satellite imagery of the storm progressing. Now, if you were to use just visible, it would appear to have already moved past Block Island if you're just using that imagery. But on radar, that appears not to be the case, as far as we can gather. Kenneth, do you have an exact position for us at all?
Sure, I'll just fix do the rough sensor fix using radar as I see. Alright, so here's roughly the ring of Henri. So here's the center, which is around 41.03 north, 71.36 west.
41.03 and 71.46.
Yes. 36. 71.36.
36. So just getting my numbers here. That would be 12 miles from Block Island.
Yeah.
And 24 miles from, where is that? I'm not familiar with these locations. Point Judith in Rhode Island, 23 miles. For some populated areas, just to get some bearings, 28 miles from Narragansett, 31 miles from Newport, 43 miles from New London, where we have a webcam, 31 miles from Montauk, and then as you look further north, 54 miles from Providence, and from Boston at 93. We've got cameras in a lot of these places. There's New London right now. Doesn't look too bad there at the moment. Boston's still in dark, I can tell you that. The most interesting webcam we've got really at the moment is Montauk. If you were looking at the stream yesterday, the water level here was a good 6 feet below the pier. Now it's pretty much level with the pier. With waves bursting over. There was a question there. What's new about the new area of interest in the MDR? Does it have model support? Not from what well, I don't think so.
The yellow one right now?
I think so, yes.
It's been a while since I've looked at the models, but I think they're thinking maybe like in a week or two's time, whatever's left of it might try to become something, but I don't recall exactly what.
Fantastic.
I think most of the models have been really keen on something going on in the Western Caribbean or Southern Gulf of Mexico again in about a week or two's time. So we'll have to see what that brings.
Alright, so I'll currently read out some past recorded reported rainfall and winds recorded. So the maximum report wind gusts 59 miles per hour Block Island, Rhode Island, 54 miles near Narragansett, Rhode Island, 45 miles per hour Great Gull Island, New York. Rain totals 8.28 inches, which is around 210 millimeters over Cranberry, New Jersey, and then 7.96 inches, which is around 202 meters over Jamesburg, New Jersey, 6.32 inches, which is 161 millimeters over Brooklyn, New York, 5.24 inches over Prospect Park, New York, which is 133 meters, and 4.73 inches, which is 120 millimeters over Midtown Manhattan. And also, there's a buoy. Uh, there's a buoy just southeast of Henri, reported a pressure of 990 millibars with 42 knots, 10 minutes. No, 10 meters. Extrapolate gust, which translates to 986 millimole pressure right now, which that means that Henri didn't have any much change in terms of pressure recently. And also, last night as the very significant rain band of Henri just brought torrential rainfall over New Jersey and New York State. Central Park got more than a month's worth of rain, which is 4.45 inches of rainfall over Central Park, which translates to 113 millimeters there. Between 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time last night, 1.94 millimeters of rainfall, which is almost 50 millimeters of rainfall fell in there. Most is a single hour in recorded history of New York City, which that is pretty historic.
What? Say that again.
Between 10 to 11 p.m. EDT, almost 50 millimeters of rainfall fell in Central Park, most in a single hour in recorded history of New York City.
Wow, that's really impressive.
Yeah, because it is a really rare pretty rare storm to strike the northeastern United States, the most densely core part in the United States, which, if such an intense rain band just brushes just wipe in, that easily can create any record.
Okay, so latest radar imagery still shows the storm edging closer. Very, very bare on the southeastern side, though.
Yeah,
I mean, there's nothing there.
Yeah, as I said before, it's currently some extratropical transition with it tilting over northward and westward, which leaving the southward southeastward empty, which pretty much what we'll see in the future is some intrusion from here of some a bit of cool air to make it because of an extratropical cyclone. You expect the front to be like this. For such, you can see that's why it will first be open the southern side first, which leads to an empty side of it, but a more intense north side and western side because of formation of fronts, which will experience gusty winds and torrential rainfall. As I said, 20 to 50 millimeters, pretty much inevitable. Gale force winds inevitable. And what I said from I just mentioned 990 millibars buoy at the southeastern side. Despite it moving away around like here, the buoy is around here. It is currently moving away from that. You can see the closest distance pretty much already over, but this pressure is still decreasing. What I'm thinking is that you can see the eye wall, like the strongest spot here. It is currently pushing outward towards such rain like this, which shows the expansion of radius maximum, which is a feature of extratropical transition. Such a push of radius of maximum when the overall structure expanding, same with same central pressure maintained, um, decreasing pressure even it is moving away of it. That means the overall pressure gradient is pushing out, the maximum pressure gradient is pushing outward, that's expanding, possible maybe flattening, which means that expansion of wind field over a pretty large chunk of areas, I'll say. Like the whole Massachusetts, Rhode Island, most of the Connecticut, and still brings some impacts over New York, as you see those um, gusty winds and the rainfall, and especially the significant rain band currently affecting Boston, Long Island, so that as these mentioned cities and states, uh, which yeah, you see the expansion already done to here, and yeah, pretty extensive impact is rain draws, pretty typical in this in such latitude of tropical cyclones because of some of our climatic forcing, which lead to an expansion of it.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, Tropical Storm Henri has been weakening this morning, now down to 65 miles per hour, pressure 987. They're doing hourly updates at the National Hurricane Center. It will be making landfall fairly soon. Still not sure exactly when, but we're looking at probably maybe just after noon. Hard to tell yet. It's not far from Block Island at the moment, you can see on the radar, and then it'll be heading on towards Rhode Island. It looks pretty set to make landfall on Rhode Island along the coast there. And as Kenneth has been saying, it's on a extratropical transition already at this point.
Yes, and as you also can see in the National Hurricane Center code, they expect already to turn extratropical after around 24 hours, which as a storm, a transition from tropical to extratropical, it's not something that will be done in 1 second, tropical, then boom, extratropical. No, it will be transitioning gradually with a time span mostly roughly around that takes the transition process usually takes around a day, around like 16 to at most like a day and a half and to 2 days at most, which yeah, roughly always expected to finish the whole process within around a day. As of now, as I mentioned, radar, by the way, is currently roughly 25 miles away from the landfalling point, which is around 40 kilometers. So, given the current movement, I expect a landfall to occur at around and now to 15 minutes to an hour and a half hour.
All right, thank you for that. I forgot what I was going to go to next. Yes, actually, one of the viewers wanted to see what Boston looked like now. Let's have a little look, see if it's any better. It is. Massive change from before. The rain's gone. So there's Boston now. Earlier you couldn't see that bridge. You couldn't see a thing. Just full of rain. But as you can see, it's cleared up again now. Still gloomy. But that band has moved through, and I don't think there's any more in the area yet. The next area of weather is only really reaching Providence, to be honest. But certainly looks like significant rainfall now over Block Island, and we'll try to get that Block Island webcam back as well. It's very temperamental, but we'll try and bring it to you.
There was a question from Mr. Hurricane Boy. What names do you think Eastern Pacific will get to? Basically, like, how many storms is effectively the question. Because
No
if you're
doubt it'll be
mentioning
too
names,
many.
a little bit more serious note here. The Governor Ned Lamont of Connecticut has received word that President Biden has approved their request for that to receive a pre-landfall emergency declaration in advance. So that means that Connecticut will be receiving money from FEMA. Governor Cuomo is also holding a storm briefing at the top of the hour, and I think the Nassau County Executive is actually holding a briefing right now. I'm gonna double check and hear what she's saying there.
Continuing coverage on Tropical Storm Henri. You can see the view from Montauk, New York, which is at its closest point to the center of the storm right now as it passes to its east. And again, you can see the waves crashing over the pier. Apart from that, not much else going on here at the moment, it would seem. More questions. Is there a chance that after Henri leaves land it could head south and reform? Nope, that's not happening. There'll be a front that will take it off towards the far North Atlantic, probably.
Got a live view from Narragansett, Rhode Island, that shows the wave action a little bit better, and you can see every now and then the waves going over that seawall there.
Ah, there we are there. And rain falling there as well. Yep, that looks a bit treacherous there.
Again, this is in Narragansett, Rhode Island, which is getting some of the heaviest rain right now from the center of Henri.
And that's another candidate for a potential landfall zone. So we're looking at a lot of places right now. This is the latest one. The National Hurricane Center will update for 10 a.m. fairly soon. And we'll bring that update to you when they release it. At 9 a.m. on their update, they said a weather flow station on Block Island recently reported a sustained wind of 47 miles per hour and a gust of 59. Another station near Narragansett, Rhode Island, is that where that is?
Yes.
Yeah, recently measured a sustained wind of 35 miles per hour and a gust of 54. Whilst another station at Great Gull Island near the eastern end of Long Island measured a sustained wind of 36 miles an hour and a gust of 45. To reiterate those warnings, a storm surge warning is in effect for the south shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, New York, and the North Shore from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, and then from Flushing to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A storm surge watch for East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic, New York, north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach and Cape Cod Bay. A tropical storm warning for Manasquan Inlet, New Jersey to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Long Island and New York City, Block Island, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard. So the hurricane warning was removed at 8 a.m. this morning. I was just looking at Isaac's picture then until it stopped working.
Yeah, it's been doing that. It's a little temperamental, so I have to restart it sometimes.
Oh, my eyes failed me there for a moment. I thought there was a small craft out there, but it's actually a light pole, isn't it, on the top right-hand side.
Yeah.
So that's the current view in coastal Rhode Island. These are all places that are very close to the center of the storm. Montauk, New York is one that we've been looking at for quite a while. That is currently about 28 miles from the storm center. And on satellite it does appear to be losing its shape. Some big waves there. Let's get back to that satellite imagery just to show you. Southeastern side looking pretty poor. More questions about how bad will damages be? I mean, we're mainly looking at surge and flood related damages by the looks of things, and we've already seen the extent of power outages so far, which is increasing. Rhode Island has over 5,000 without power now. Bringing it back to our current radar imagery. And you can just see how it's built in there again. Kenneth, I'm not sure what to read from this radar imagery. Is it right next to Block Island now?
Also, it's currently heading towards Block Island. It's really close to that. I've now zoomed it this. So Block Island is here. So Block Island is here, and then the latest is only
Right.
7 miles away from that. Only 7 miles away from that. And based on the current movement, it may narrowly misses that, very narrowly misses that, misses Block Island landfall, or maybe make landfall at the very eastern tip of the island, and then continue to move northwest and continue to go for our forecast a Charlestown landfall, roughly a Charlestown landfall or slightly west of it.
So I've just plotted the center on our graphic here as well, just to give people a sense of that. That's fascinating, very close to land now, to Block Island. The unfortunate thing is that when I load the video from Block Island, it only plays for a few seconds before it goes away again. There's the current view. I mean, it's looked the same the whole time, to be honest. Which I suppose draws questions as to whether it's actually running anyway. But that gives you a little idea. Looking back at Boston, things not looking so bad there now. That rain passed through. And so we bring it back to Montauk, which is fairly close to the storm. We still have the new London webcam as well. We'll show that in a moment. But it hasn't changed much there either. Would it? March says, would it be a fair comparison to compare Henri to the warm nor'easters New England gets in wintertime?
Aren't those generally broader systems than this, though? This is kind of a more centralized system for now, and those are kind of the impacts are more widespread than what we're seeing here, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong with that.
I would imagine so. There's New London once again. Still doesn't look that bad there, but once again it is a rather wide angle, rather distant. You know, the camera's wobbling a little bit. Quite possible that there's tropical storm force winds occurring there right now. And that will be on the edge of the storm, probably around 20 miles away when it makes landfall. Let's go back to Isaac's webcam, or his own suite of webcams. There's Newport right now.
Narragansett camera has gone down, so I'm having to go back to this. It's off the air right now.
Oh, I see. Got some shaking there that I didn't notice before.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a zoomed in view of the bay there.
Yeah, it's hard to grasp with that very zoomed in angle where the
Let's see
storm
if I
surge
can-
is an impact.
Oh wow, you can really see it moving there. It's more so than earlier, so it's definitely
Absolutely.
getting those brutal tropical storm force winds.
We'll have
Again,
news
this
from the
is-
National Hurricane Center in just over 10 minutes on the latest as it draws ever nearer to land.
And again, this camera you're seeing right now is in Newport, Rhode Island, is what you're seeing, the live view off there, looking towards the bay.
Just another look at the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone there. Anticipates landfall to occur probably around lunchtime or early afternoon in Rhode Island. It is drawing very near. Back to another shot from Isaac there.
This is a different view of Newport, a wider view. You can see more of the boats there. Trying to see if I could get that camera in Narragansett, but for now this is going to have to do.
So
Um,
here a bit of update of the Recon still en route. Currently near 39.9 north, 72.9 west. It is heading towards northeast and just out of the rain band of Henri as I sketched it on radar in my radar scope. I just draw something, and it's currently just out of the southwestern band, and it will make a southwest northeast pass to Henri, and yeah, probably will that'll be the very last mission before landfall.
nice drawing. um, I've got to point out though, Rhode Island in Bristol County now 3,400 without power. That's over 10% of the county. So that's more power outages there. In the state of Rhode Island, 8,469 out of power now. So, Kenneth, I don't know if you mentioned, but just a time scale on that flight?
The time scale, the time scale of the flight.
And where was that setting off from?
Is setting it takes off from Georgia and has already flying for an hour or something, and it's pretty near around 80% routes already done.
Oh, it won't be far away then.
Yeah, not far away right now. Right now, roughly just 100 something miles from the center of Henri. If you just set the banding, pretty much the next 10 to 20 minutes, Recon will be facing the very first pretty strong southwest, the western banding arc, the strongest being at the southwest, and Recon will just get a pass from it and see how many winds of that, apart from using rate of velocity. We'll know that from Recon.
Montauk Point looks like this. Very close to the center of the storm. Not quite there. You won't see the eye there. It's about 21 miles away from the center of the storm, and it's probably at its closest point right now. No, I'm not sure actually. It might draw just a little bit closer, but it's near its closest point to that location. Okay. What's she up to? Right, let's move back to Kenneth's screen. What were we looking at there? Velocities?
Yes, velocity map. So there's a very large swath of per hour winds, and here 55 miles, around almost 60 miles per hour in the southern quadrant. Large swath of 65, max like 67, 70, 67, 70, 68 winds, which I'll just measure the elevation real quick, around 5,000 feet aloft, which translates to around 1.5 kilometer above surface, which usually in general will use such profiles for the wind profile estimates, which is right now near pretty much at the eye wall. So let me just do a bit of quick math. That'll give around 55 miles per hour near surface, which pretty still aligned with current estimate. I'll say 50 to 60 miles per hour. I'll say yeah,
Kenneth?
roughly 60. still.
The 10 a.m. update is out from the National Hurricane Center. Tropical
Yes.
storm conditions continue spreading inland across portions of southern New England and eastern Long Island. A weather flow station on Block Island recently reported a sustained wind of 50 miles per hour and a gust to 63. Another weather flow station near Point Judith, Rhode Island, recently measured a sustained wind of 43 and a gust to 51. That is a possible landfall point. Whilst the station at Great Gull Island, near the eastern end of Long Island, New York, measured a sustained wind of 41 miles per hour and a gust to 56. The NOAA Seaman Station at Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, recently measured a sustained wind of 49 and a gust to 52. 40.9 degrees north, 71.4 degrees west, 65 miles per hour, 987 millibars. That's 10 a.m. update. The full advisory will be at 11, which will detail a lot more information, I think, on this as it draws closer to land.
Managed to get the
good to know.
Narragansett camera up. Go ahead.
Yes, back to Isaac's screen there.
Yeah, finally got it back, and you can see the wave action. Still pretty brutal out there from the looks of it. Every now and then you see waves crashing over that little seawall there. Fortunately, I'm not seeing too many cars driving around there on the road. In fact, I've only really seen police cars driving around there, probably making sure everybody's not trying to make any foolish decisions and go out and about in this right now. But again, this is a view off of Narragansett, Rhode Island, and you can see the current surf conditions over there. And then here's a wider view, also from Narragansett.
Oh, I see. Wow.
And you can see a wider perspective of things of the wave action there by the bay.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a little bit cloudy, obviously due to all the rain that they're getting right now, but yeah, just look at how volatile that surf is right now.
New London there also. Nothing like that wave action, although it looks quite sheltered. Back to camera 7, Montauk. That's still running. And again, those waves. But I reckon it's going to be your area there, Isaac, that we're looking at. Is probably going to be the most impacts that we'll see in that area or close by to the west.
I'm a little irritated I'm not going to be here for the worst of it, but I'll leave you guys the links to it so you could hopefully leave them on stream for people to see, because like you said, this is probably going to be near ground zero in terms of the worst impacts that Henri has to offer. Again, this is a view off of Narragansett, Rhode Island. You can see it's a really agitated coastline there, and then we go back to the more zoomed in look, and you can get a closer look at what's going on. And not good conditions whatsoever to go to the coastline here. So that's why the police are urging everybody to just stay indoors and not to be out and about in it right now.
Another little look at Block Island there. And because it's limping, that a stream, we'll go back to Isaac once again as you were talking there. Looking back at the seawall view, I think we'll call it. Looking out towards this tropical storm. Henri currently has winds of 65 miles per hour. Pressure of 987. It stayed the same in the last hour. No changes to the watches and warnings. Where's that?
Narragansett again, just a closer view. Looks like a news crew is right there trying to cover it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
many people out and about, though, unfortunately, as you see with that.
Well, they just got soaked.
Yeah. And it looks like police, perhaps here on the top right, trying to block traffic at the very least. I would imagine. Again, this is another view of Narragansett. There's 3 views that I've seen here of the coastline.
Fascinating. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back with more coverage on this storm after this. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. On the US East Coast, and we're in our 4th hour of coverage this morning, watching Henri as it draws ever closer to making landfall in Rhode Island by the looks of things, and maybe Block Island in the interim as we continue to watch it make a very close pass to that island before making landfall on Rhode Island probably around lunchtime. It's got winds of 65 miles per hour sustained, a pressure of 987 millibars. It ceased to be a hurricane at 8 a.m. Was it 8 a.m.? I can't even remember now. It was earlier than that. At 7 a.m. it stopped being a hurricane, and it started to weaken a little bit more since then. It is undergoing an extratropical transition. But storm surge and rainfall is still a massive risk, and power outages are starting to be reported in their thousands across New England. My name's Nathan Foy, here in the studio once again. It's nice to see you. Of course, I'm sure we would have all have liked to have been doing other things on a Sunday morning, but here we are in the studio covering this storm as it approaches its landfall. I'm joined by my team in this hour. We have Isaac, Joey, Kenneth, Dimitri, and Walter.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's cut straight back to the webcam that Isaac's showing. You're not staying with us long though, are you?
No, about the next 30 minutes, and unfortunately it just went down, so I have to go to the other one.
Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna be a long-lasting battle here. At these webcams are gonna go off for
yeah.
5-10 minutes and come back on, or not come back on at all. But here's another wide view of Narragansett, and you can see just the agitated coastline right now. The entire ocean is white with the agitated seas. So really bad conditions to be out on the beach and out and about really in general. And it appears down there the police have done a roadblock there so people don't go out in this. Right around here looks like a roadblock, so they don't drive around in it. And unfortunately you can't see the ocean too good because of all this rain falling on the camera lens, but you can make out the general idea of just the agitated coastline right now from Tropical Storm Henri.
I think we get the idea. I was going to go to Montauk, but it wants to know if we're still watching. We'll get there in a moment.
I've heard a few things from local officials. First, the Nassau County Executive says that the impacts for Nassau County are lesser than predicted, but there is still chance for impacts across the area. Mentions that she also mentions that the power outages in Nassau apparently are only at 22, and that nice buses, the Nassau Inter-County Express buses are running as scheduled, which is a bit of a shock. For Suffolk County, just for clarification, the buses are not running today. Also, Governor Cuomo was also having a press conference and has mentioned that President Biden has approved his request for pre-landfall emergency declaration, so which means that they will have access to federal money.
Massachusetts, Bristol County now 1,769 without power there. 3,300 in the state. As we cross between many of our webcams, Montauk there, New London, visibility down there. So conditions deteriorating. And there's the view in Rhode Island again with Isaac's webcam. Getting very blustery there now.
Yeah, it appears the winds have picked up a little bit in the past few minutes earlier when I was looking at it. The camera isn't really shaking too much, and now it's going up and down here. Unfortunately, a lot of people on the coastline trying to sightsee as they're getting sprayed by the storm surge coming in.
Now, Kenneth, you're still with us. Would you say that the center is now just about to reach Block Island?
Yes, I've just checked the latest radar, which I'll say this seems that it is currently narrowly east of I'll say here, roughly
No
like
way.
here, just east of I'll say just narrowly a bit east to Long Island. It will narrowly a bit misses it and go northwest and go here. very likely a Charlestown landfall over Rhode Island, United States.
We're doing our best with that Block Island webcam. I can confirm it isn't a still image. It is up to date. Just that the picture isn't changing very much. But there's the view at New London right now. And we're looking at several places as the storm draws nearer. For this hour, for the first time, we've got Walter with us as well. Hi there. What are your thoughts on Re today?
At least a good thing happened in this morning is that it weakened because it's traversing higher latitudes. So the winds won't be a major threat. It still is, but not as much as the rainfall that will be bringing to parts of New England and the surrounding states. Yeah, and specifically, some models are predicting a little bit of stalling over the states. So I guess the rainfall will be much higher than that. Yeah.
Do we have a latest rainfall graphic expectations? Let me see if I can go. Oh, okay.
Rainfall potential? Okay, I can pull it up. Here.
Because we just need to do that every so often as well to show people what we're expecting from this point forth. If that loads on Kenneth's end, which I'm not sure it will.
Potato Weather has asked, what is the max surge you think?
Well, National Hurricane Center are forecasting up to 5 feet. Do we think it could be more in some places?
I'll say roughly like that. Yeah, I'll say just roughly like that, around 4 to 5 feet, given that it's currently just roughly at high tide, I think, or it's already past from that.
Montauk, I remember, was past high tide already. It also passed in New London. As for other spots, I need to double check.
Okay.
So I'll say based on the overall pressure difference between environmental central pressure and the current wind speed, bring 50 to 60 miles per hour to some inland area, to some lands, which I'll say a storm surge roughly 4 feet to 5 feet. Yeah, roughly like
we've
that, pretty accurate.
finally got Kenneth's screen as well showing the rainfall potential here.
So here's the rainfall potential, which you can see the rainfall's mostly it said it's over Connecticut, Long Island, and some parts of which state is it?
Well, the extreme northern tip of New.
West of it, but
sorry.
At least, like the rainfall mostly this forecast is really banked towards the western band of it. But what's however is that according to the latest you can see the latest radar, which shows you can see the maximum band. You can see the band is mostly around here, which is more near towards Rhode Island, Connecticut, and actually I think it's less west than what it is NHC forecasting, and actually more rain is brought towards Massachusetts, which I think
Hmm.
it should forecast it for around because this area of rain will just go pretty much expand like this span this arc of band of the north and western line will just go towards Massachusetts. Pretty much will just affect the whole Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and the western band was still currently affecting Connecticut. I think the current rainfall potential is currently a bit too overestimated.
Oh,
Uh,
really?
uh, like something north of Pennsylvania, but already pretty significant rainfall, as I said, over 200 millimeters of rainfall over New Jersey and I think 160 millimeters over New York State, which translate like over 4 to 8 inches. So based on the rainfall potential, I'll say yeah, at least like I'll agree that there will be like over 6 inches over Long Island, some parts of Connecticut, and currently Rhode Island with the current projected landfall site. Pretty certain is that, but I think it's a bit underestimated over Massachusetts. I'll say I expect some rainfall over 50 to 100. I'll say some rainfalls at least. I'll say 100 millimeters expected in the next few days. Due to Henri, I'll say pretty much should be like 4 millimeters over Massachusetts. I'll say the forecast should.
Okay, well, there's the view once again at Montauk, which is, again, just a couple dozen miles away from the storm's core, if not the centre. The storm is now around 65 miles per hour sustained with a pressure of 987 millibars. According to the National Hurricane Center. There's a full update that will occur at the end of this hour from the National Hurricane Center. There could be some significant changes, I'm not sure. But still, significant wave action there in Montauk. Probably more than there was before, quite honestly. If you do have comments or questions for us, please send your messages in and observations. Apparently, Charlestown is down to 990 millibars.
Oh, where did the information came in?
Charlestown, which is pretty much straight ahead of the storm and on Rhode Island.
I mean, who gets how did he get the
Well, I
information?
don't know. That's just a message that's come in.
Ah,
Finn says southeastern Connecticut. Any arrival time for the worst conditions? In about less than half an hour, probably. If you're right on the southeastern corner. It's looking at radar. It's going to be very soon for you. If you're anywhere towards the southeastern corner of Connecticut, you're looking in the next hour or two. And a question about what will the strongest wind gusts be in the Worcester, Massachusetts and surrounding areas. I imagine that... that's a tough one. Let me just check some numbers for that area. So you probably get tropical storm force winds. I would say low to mid tropical storm conditions. So wind gusts, you could maybe get to mid to high tropical storm force range, I suppose. Oh look, there's our team. Back to our radar. Walter, you've got something for us, have you?
I got some Twitter posts. Yeah.
So there's a video, some sort.
Yeah, it's some waves coming on shore right now.
Yep, very much what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah. There's also one that's around an hour ago. So it's just like waves hitting the shores and then going inland. And you can hear the winds.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. And that's
Very
gonna push further
a
further
very
up.
normal scene. Very normal scenes when a tropical storms hits the coastline.
Back to the imagery
There's
that
also some. Oh, you go on.
I was just pointing us back to the imagery that Isaac is showing us, but go ahead.
There's also some rings in around the Boston area.
That would have been from that band earlier.
And that's all I can get for now. So yeah.
I would get a closer look at the coastline, but unfortunately, this is the only camera that's up online right now, and now against it, the other ones just all simultaneously went down at the same time.
Oh, did they? They could have lost power.
With the exception of the Newport one, these are the only ones that I have right now, unless they go back up, which is possible. But regardless, you could see the really angry Atlantic Ocean there due to the presence of Tropical Storm Henri. You can see, as you saw there, some of the waves going over that little, I guess we'll call it a seawall. And then every now and then you see people trying to cross near it here, like this individual is trying to do.
Crikey.
Yep. There's one person earlier that was standing there trying to get some video, but got hit by some of the spray and guess decided it was a no-go and rightfully so walked off.
All right.
But that's the view there. Let's go back to Newport. Wide view of Newport. You can see the boats there with the trees below it. Some gusty winds.
Streaming rain there.
See if I could get one of the Narragansett cams back up. Nope. That one's a no-go. This one's still good. That one's... Alright, this is also from Newport. See if I can put this full screen. Gives you a wider perspective of things. The coastline there, and you can see the camera shaking a little bit. But that's what's going to be going on as this storm moves further inland, is these cameras are going to be so temperamental. Some of them are going to be down for maybe 10, 15 minutes and come back on, or some of them are not going to be back on, period, as this storm continues through. But nevertheless, this is just showing you, these cameras are just showing you the general impacts that are being felt along where Tropical Storm Henri is going to be making landfall. For anybody who is curious on what it's looking at the ground here, give people some ground truth on what's going on, as opposed to only radar or satellite data.
This is interesting, actually, Isaac, because Newport County in Rhode Island had about, I think it was 2,000 without power. It's now gone down to 500. So, you know, power will come in and out in quite a lot of these places, and it might affect those webcams.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to be going on here. You know, some people might lose power, like I said, 10, 15 minutes, maybe more, and then come back on, or not come back on at all. It's just going to be kind of really temperamental here, and regardless of regarding whatever situation that the power lines might be in right now. Perhaps maybe a tree branch may have fallen on the line and then now it's fallen back off and now it turns back on, or it's something else that is occurring. But yeah, you're gonna be seeing that a lot of times throughout the duration of this event, where multiple power outages are occurring.
So a lot of viewpoints at our disposal. Here's New London, Connecticut right now. This area will enter some substantial rainfall very shortly if it hasn't already. I mean, visibility's down a bit, so I assume there's significant rain. When you have a high vantage point like this, it's harder to tell. Back to a low vantage point, Montauk, New York, showing you here again the waves that continue to crash over. We probably saw the worst of it in the last half hour or so. The storm is making its closest pass to this location right now. I've been looking at the lighthouse in Rhode Island. It still doesn't look much different. There it is. I can assure you the timer is ticking on that, so I'm pretty sure it's live, just that it isn't changing very much there. In fact, you can see just about the waves are moving in the background, but it just looks like nothing's happening there. This is right inside the storm, on the edge of its eye.
Really bad in Montauk at the moment. It's real bad.
Also,
Yeah, also-
Recon. Oh, go on.
You go first. You go first.
Walter, go ahead.
Recon is in the storm right now. It's going in, and yeah, it's going in. So we may have some vital information on what the pressure will be when it makes landfall.
For once, the Block Island webcam is actually staying on. So we'll leave it here for a moment because this is literally just a handful of miles from the center of the storm. Can't really see much apart from distant waves crashing, but it sort of looks a bit clearer on the right hand side. I am assuming that we are looking at the northern tip of the island here. I'm pretty sure it's the North Lighthouse looking out towards the northwest on Block Island. So this must be right near the, if not in the eye of the storm, if you can still call it an eye. But still looks pretty, I mean, not much actually happening on the screen. So let's go back to Isaac's webcam again, I think. What are we looking at now? That same area.
Newport again. This is just a view of what's been going on. A wide view. And this is generally what we're going to be seeing during the duration of Tropical Storm Henri. I am unfortunately going to have to go here in just a minute or two, but I just wanted to give my, I guess, final thoughts for now on this system is I just wish everybody gets through this safely. Just follow all the advice given to you by your local government officials. Don't make any foolish decisions. Don't be going out trying to surf or go to the beach in these types of conditions here. Give it about a day or two, and you could go out and about doing your things. But today is just a good day to to stay indoors. Watch some movies, and to stay indoors for this and not be out and about, especially in these types of conditions you're seeing right here. And there's gonna be multiple power outages throughout the day and night, I'm sure. And just really all I could say, just everybody stay safe. Don't make any foolish decisions and listen to whatever information the government give to you. And yeah, that's about it. So I'll see y'all guys a little bit later, hopefully.
All right, thank you very much, Isaac. Back to our dual panel display here showing the latest radar and the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone, which will update at the 11 a.m. advisory. That's coming up fairly soon. And we may have some more information on the storm then. Will they weaken it any more? Who knows? I'm just going to open the floor for the moment and see if any of our team have any information for us. Anything going on over there?
I'm right now looking at. I'm trying to look at. There's a tweet that I was looking for. Just okay. There's a tweet this morning of the condition on Long Island, like, and the rain making its way before 8 a.m. That was earlier. That was just being posted there. The governor in New York has mentioned that the path of the storm is not the same as the area of impact. While Henri's path has swung east towards Montauk Point, the affected area is still large. Up to 5 inches of additional rainfall is expected, and flooding remains serious risk. Stay safe and exercise caution.
That's quite clear. And here is Montauk again.
Oh, one more thing. Just now, the MTA is mentioning service suspensions for New York City subways and buses at this time. I do know, though, from earlier that there were some shutdowns on both Metro North and on the Long Island Railroad as well. But I need to double check specifically where.
Well, pretty wet in New York City right now, looking at that webcam. Is flooding going to be a concern?
I mean, there could be flooding. Flooding could definitely be a concern. It's at this point, considering how far away New York City is from the storm. The thing, though, is if you're in coastal areas, storm surge could still be a factor. So that is important to note.
All right. Joey, have you picked up on anything? If he's still with us right now. And I guess we'll move on. This is what Block Island looks like right now, the latest imagery. You can send us a message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you're watching us on our YouTube stream in the chat feature. On desktop, it's usually on the right-hand side of the screen. On mobile, it's below. And we'll be able to get replying to your comments and questions and observations if you're on the ground, because that information could be useful either to us or to anyone on the ground who might find that useful. You never know. So this again is Block Island looking out towards the north-northwest. Very, very close to the center of the storm, which is why I'm always very eager to show this, even though there's not actually that much that can be seen here. Throwing it back to Montauk once again. This is the closest webcam to the storm that's actually near ground level. And as you can see, the wave's still cresting well over that pier. And you can see how it gets blown, the spray from that, the way it gets blown away shows that there are some significant sustained winds there at the moment. I know it's a bit stop-start and glitchy, but you can just see it sweep across the camera at a fair pace. A question then, what is the highest amount of rain that you think will happen in inches? Well, the National Hurricane Center said that 10 inches was a possibility. I think that will probably happen somewhere. In fact, I could see if I can get on my graphics some storm total precipitation values. I will see if I can get that up, and we'll be able to look together to see what totals have been produced. So from the Massachusetts radar, there's our team once again, bringing it back here. So far it's fairly low in this area, only about 2 inches along the coast of Rhode Island where the potential landfall is. On Block Island, 2.5 inches has fallen there. Let's try and get the other radar on Long Island to see what the storm total is in this area. I imagine it's going to be significantly higher. Looks like we've got a juxtaposition issue again. Hold on a minute, let's try and get that right. Nope, it keeps picking the... It thinks that the radar that I've selected on Long Island is actually the one in Massachusetts, so it's just showing completely the wrong thing. I don't think we're going to get that to work. I'm trying to look for another radar point.
Are you talking about the one in Taunton, or are you talking about the one on Long Island proper?
Either, but at the moment all the radars on my program here are pretending that they're in Massachusetts, which isn't very helpful. So that's lovely. Let's try and go back to the reflectivity in these areas then and see if that might make it work. Hopefully we'll get a view out of there shortly. It's wonderful when things don't cooperate properly. We'll get that loaded. We'll go back to New London for the time being whilst we wait for all this to start working properly. There you can see the latest view looking out, and you know, conditions are probably going to stay like that for a while there. But I'm very anxious to get that storm total precipitation just so that we can have a look properly. Alright, I think we've got it at last. Perseverance. This is, look at that, the New York area in particular has had a lot of rainfall so far in these areas. Let's zoom right into the region. 5 inches down here. Maybe some areas near 6 inches. South Manhattan, 6 inches in 1 or 2 locations. Central Part 4, maybe 5. West of there, towards Newark, 5, pushing 6 inches. And then you see down in New Jersey where we've had a lot of flash flood and rain issues. Look there, 7 inches just off I-95 near Jamesburg and Spotswood and East Brunswick, where there's been some substantial flooding issues. Look, one pocket there, 9.4 inches in that area. It's been pretty bad there. Probably the worst place that's been affected by the storm so far. So I really wanted to demonstrate that because I think that's rather important. Back to the reflectivity, the live radar. Kenneth's not here to tell me about the fixes, but if I'm not mistaken, it looks to must have cleared Block Island by now and must be getting very close to the coast of Rhode Island. I mean, I hope I'm not mistaken when I draw this out that surely that there is the center. And as you can see, with its motion, maybe that way, could be heading very close to westerly. Kenneth, is that what's happening?
So the current center fix as I done. I'm using Boston, Massachusetts. So I'll just check a little bit. It's loading for me right now. So the zero velocity line currently at here, along with the reflectivity, which shows here. I'll fix the center around like here.
Okay.
Which I'll just do the radar transmit.
Well, let us know when you figure that out.
8 miles.
8 miles from what?
8 miles from land.
From what point of land?
Between Charlestown and Point Judith.
Wow, so how did that happen then? Because all of a sudden we're now 8 miles from land.
Yeah, as time passes and Henri is pretty much moving quite fast because it is moving to mid latitudes, which in general stores move pretty much way faster. So hour after hour, it will just move 10 something miles closer, and right now 8 miles, which that means landfall will probably occur within I'll say roughly half an hour, around 11:15 Eastern Daylight Time.
In Rhode Island, Washington County, 6,700 without power. Newport, 4,700 without power. Bristol, 3,400 without power. Providence, 1,800 without power. And Kent, 153. Rhode Island now has 16,966 power outages. Connecticut also starting to increase, 4,800, 1,200 in New London, 576 in Wyndham. Was that Walter?
Yes. I'm about to bring some news. Recon has flew over the center of Henri and has reported the lowest pressure they reported was 988.6 millibars.
Okay.
Yes, 988.6 millibars.
Is that a direct observation?
I'm not sure, but the lowest pressure they got for us is 988. But I'm not sure if that's a direct observation or what. Maybe we can verify it later. I think it's around the center, but yeah.
That is extrapolation pressure from the flight level pressure down to surface.
Ah.
The Montauk camera's down again, I'm afraid. Bringing it back to New London, which is not too far from the centre of this storm, approximately about 30 miles away. We are waiting for the big National Hurricane Center update, the 11 a.m. full advisory. That's when we'll get more news.
Maybe we should reiterate the watches and warnings.
Well, we'll just hold on that because they might change them at the top of the hour. think most people know by now that the hurricane warning was reduced to a tropical storm warning for those areas that were in one. And of course, probably at this point, the storm surge is the biggest threat for those coastal areas. But feel free to ask questions and we'll be able to take them on the air live. There's probably not much left to talk about, to be honest, at this point as we get closer and closer to landfall. And when that happens, we'll probably make a quick exit here. Considering that we've been broadcasting on this for nearly 4 hours. And of course, it's going to be a long day for that area. Much longer than the 4 hours that we've been talking about it. But the good news is that the storm is weakening a little bit, and it could have been quite a bit stronger at this point. Dimitri.
Yes. Okay. So I found the MT changes regarding Henri. For the Long Island Railroad, they have suspended service on the Montauk branch east of Patchogue and between Ronkonkoma and Greenport. That's like on the North Fork of Long Island. On Sunday, August 22nd, passenger train service will not resume until we have checked out. They say that on Sunday, August 22nd, which is today, passenger train service will not resume until we have checked our infrastructure and determined that it is safe to do so. For Metro North, they have suspended service on the Westport branch of the Harlem line and on the entire New Haven line, including the New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury branches. Service will operate every 2 hours on the Hudson and Harlem lines, and there'll be no buses on the Waterbury branch. So those are the rest of the Long Island Railroad, from what I can tell. The only other thing to note is that on the Port Washington branch, there was some planned work, but every other line on or close.
Okay, thank you for that. We're trying to get some more radar in here. There's a more high-res look at the radar situation right now. And the center is somewhere along that mass of red to the east of it in the quiet part there. And we'll have the update from the National Hurricane Center very shortly, 15 minutes away from the top of the hour, and we'll get the information. Maybe that not much will change. There's a question just then, is there still a Recon plane in the storm? I imagine it's still in there, yeah?
Yes, that's still the average. Recon's currently just make one pass over center, which they've dropped one drop zone in, which recorded 989 millibar surface pressure and 21 knot splash winds, which that supports 987 central pressure, which probably that will be what the central pressure is at landfall.
Lots of things to look at there. Let's bring it back to one of our webcams. There's New London once again. A question there. Why did Henri move so fast? I mean, it's not moving all that fast compared to some storms in this situation, I suppose. But storms, when they're racing up towards the mid-latitudes, usually it's because it's being forced by other elements around it. those ridges and lows. And then it will get trapped for a little bit, which means it will have that big bend, and then it will get sucked up by a frontal system probably. Let's see what else we can bring to our screen here. Let's take a look at some more satellite imagery then. It's been a while since we had a look at that. Let me guess, it's not working anymore, is it? Oh, there it is. You know, if you were looking at satellite alone, you'd be forgiven for thinking that it had already made landfall maybe half an hour ago. And it's got that pulse of convection. That pulse of convection, but it makes you think that perhaps it will fade away pretty quickly after it makes landfall.
Okay, got latest rainfall reports. At least for the tri-state area, there, Fairfield County, Danbury has gotten 4.13 inches of rain, according to CWOP. I don't know what that means. In Bergen County, New Jersey, Hasbrook Heights has gotten 3.1 inches. Essex County, Verona Township, 3 inches of rain. Hudson County, Jersey City got 4.71 inches. In Passaic County, Clifton, New Jersey got 5.23 inches of rain. In Union County, New Jersey, Westfield's gotten 2.23 inches of rain. In the Bronx, East Tremont, about mile east northeast of that, 2.66 inches. But Brooklyn was hammered. There's 6.38 inches of rain in that borough alone.
Mm-hmm.
In Nassau County, Great Neck got 2.79 inches. Midtown and Manhattan got 4.81 inches. Central Park 4.47 inches. In Queens, I think Howard Beach got 3.65 inches. In Staten Island, the College of Staten Island's gotten 2.78 inches. The rest of the borough got 1.7 inches. And in Suffolk, Remsenburg got 1.73 inches of rain, but that's going to probably increase. These are as of 9:34 this morning.
And a bit of time has passed since then, and still raining in New York City right now, as you can see on this camera. So those numbers may increase further. We were looking at some other places there, Boston, under some rainfall right now as well by the looks of things. At this point, we're really now waiting for the National Hurricane Center's advisory, which will be coming in shortly. In fact, it is in. The information then, the storm surge watch has been discontinued from East Rockaway Inlet to west of Mastic Beach, New York, and from north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, Massachusetts, including Cape Cod Bay. The tropical storm warning from East Rockaway Inlet, New York to Manasquan Inlet, New Jersey has been discontinued. The storm now is down to 60 miles per hour and a pressure of 987, and they expect weakening quite quickly to 40 miles an hour in 12 hours and then down to depression status. The center of Henri passing close to Block Island as the storm heads for southern New England is the headline. Dangerous storm surge, strong gusty winds and flooding rainfall are expected across portions of the northeastern United States. Some information. Where are we? A weather flow station on Block Island recently reported a sustained wind of 52 miles per hour and a gust to 65. Another weather flow station near Point Judith, Rhode Island, recently measured a sustained wind of 51 and a gust to 69 miles per hour. The NOAA Seaman Station at Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, recently reported a sustained wind of 49 miles per hour and a gust to 57, while an amateur radio operator in Westport, Massachusetts, recently reported a sustained wind of 41 and a gust to 62. 987 millibars derived from the Air Force Reserve Reconnaissance aircraft data. At this, just want to finish off. At this point, the storm surge expectations are down slightly to 2 to 4 feet for those main areas.
Okay, so here are the warnings that are still in play. A storm surge warning remains in effect for the south shore of Long Island from Massachusetts Beach to Montauk Point, the north shore of Long Island from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A tropical storm warning remains in effect from East Rockaway Inlet to New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Long Island, Block Island, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard. So those are, I think, from where I can tell, the only warnings are in play.
This radar's bunched up again here. It keeps doing this. It's putting the radar in the wrong place. For some reason it now thinks the storm is headed for New York. I can tell you that's not true. The radar is just playing games. I'm trying to get to the Massachusetts radar. It would be very nice if they put it in the right place. Okay, there we go. The radar suggests to me, Kenneth, that landfall must only be a few moments away.
Yes. As I check, as I keep measuring the distance, it's just roughly 4 to 5 miles away. Yeah, just 4 to 5 miles away. From the site is Green Hill, Rhode Island.
Oops, zoomed in a bit much there. Where exactly is that?
I'm expecting Green Hill, Montauk, Rhode Island, which is 4 to 5 miles, around 41.36 to 38 degrees north, and 71.55 to 71.6 east. 71.55 to 71.60 degrees west.
So
Roughly
you are
like-
expecting a landfall here, Green Hill.
Roughly here.
That's what we're looking at.
Yes.
Where did the radar go? Oh, the cone's just changed. Look, you saw that just then? The kink in the track is even more pronounced now. Is that true? I just want to go and grab the National Hurricane Center graphic properly. That's quite a bend it's got. Yep, it's an even stronger bend this time. Look at that, that's crazy.
Pretty much at the next few hours, probably an hour or two, we won't see that significant bend. That will only be occurring after, like, a few hours after landfall. As it weakens further, it will be more tilted and be pulled more westwards. But Yeah, that's probably was the consensus forecast track be, but actually, even for the models, even for various models, it's kind of diversified in terms of the how much will be the westward band and
Yeah.
the eastward turn actually. So even for the next 12 to 24 hours, there's there's kind of uncertainty there for in terms the degree of the banding, which of the west northwest banding, how much would it, and the eastward turn, how much would it be? Well, pretty much quite uncertain for the models. For short term, relatively large variety, but that is pretty much, I'll say, the consensus of the forecast. But yeah, pretty much like that.
It looks like a hypothetical cone. It just looks mad. All right, well, we're going to take a break here. We're probably going to run for another half hour here on our stream just to take us to landfall, and then we'll finish up and we'll have regular updates on the Force 13 channel. We'll be back in just a few moments after this. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Henri on its way to landfall very shortly on the coast of the New England region of the United States, Rhode Island, about to get the landfall of Tropical Storm Henri, which is slightly weaker again from the National Hurricane Center's latest update, now at 60 miles per hour and a central pressure of 987 millibars. We're probably going to stay here just for another half hour whilst we get the landfall of this storm, because it is occurring literally as we speak. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined by the team today once again for another hour of coverage. Anthony, Dimitri, Joey, Kenneth and Walter. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Hello.
So
I think you meant to say half hour of coverage, right?
we are now, yes. And then we're going to throw it to our automated stream, and our team will be producing plenty of other updates on the storm as it continues its trek through the northeast. Great time to ask questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us. I say it's a good time now because we'll probably be taking a lot of them. There's not much to say at this point. All the preparations and forecasting has been done. There's not much else to say before landfall, and you know, we get little bits of information that come in from time to time. We don't really have a constant flow of analysis very much. But anyway, let's introduce the team once again, which I already have done. Does anyone have any information for us right now, or anything you'd like to say? We're just going to have a pretty open floor here. They're a bit shy.
It is near landfall, so there's really not much to say, but I mean, prepare for the worst. That's all I can say.
So I'll just briefly talk about what Recon found and
Okay, yeah.
the radar analysis, because they just come out for the heading of this hour stream. So radar currently is showing having a better sampling. This is the radar from Boston, Massachusetts. I should stream it. I should stream it first.
Before we get there, Washington County, which is the one on the edge of the eye really right now, is now pretty much 20% out of power. 14,000 nearly in the county out of power.
Okay, so
Where?
Washington County in Rhode Island.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start with some rate of velocity. You can see some large swath of over 17 miles per hour, up to 75, 76 miles per hour. The northwestern band, just somewhat inland in Connecticut. So that will translate up to around 50 to 60 miles per hour over lands, which means it is roughly gale to storm force winds, pretty destructive. That's indeed, and also near the eye will that will also be where the maximum winds come from. Based on, you can see it reflectively. You can see it's still quite intense still. For the eye wall, especially here, still pretty intense, right? Yes. So for 60 miles per hour estimate, pretty much based on radar velocity, pretty good. So let's go with aircraft reconnaissance real quick. Radar just sampled the southeastern quadrant right now. With a peak of 60 knots flight level winds and 45 knot SFMR. Well, SFMR was pretty much recently for Recon's having a little bit of issue for such aircraft plane. So use just flight level conversion will be better. But so that shows that the southeastern quadrant, which will have wind speed around 15. Also, that supports a maximum winds of 15 knots. The southeastern quadrant, a possible poor mixing, down mixing. So I'll say 45 knots for maximum for southeastern quadrant. Pretty reasonable. And with the pressure, as indicated by a central drop zone, 980 millibars with northeast at 21 knots. So that is what it is for the latest recon observation, and pretty already tells pretty much of the of what happened to what happened right now, pretty much. So yeah.
Still very heavy weather in Montauk right now. We've got the webcam back there, and you can see all of that. I would say the waves are even worse than they were before, actually. And I'm sure there was a like a little what's the word? Like a little tent thing on the right hand side, like a cover, that clearly isn't there now. I don't know if someone moved it or whether it was washed away, or whether I've just not been paying attention very much, but very inclement conditions there right now. Moving it back to Boston, that's how things look there. Looks like a miserable day. Low cloud. Huge amounts of, well, very heavy showers earlier. And moving it back to Block Island. The eye of the storm pretty much moved along the coast of this island. That's looking out towards the northwest, which is where the storm is right now. I believe we have some breaking news. Kenneth?
We do have.
Henri has just made landfall over Montauk, Rhode Island, United States, with winds of 60 miles per hour and a pressure of 987 millibars. As of latest by our analysis using radar, and this storm has made landfall.
Well, the good news is it can't strengthen now. But that is a landfall on the coast of Rhode Island. When was the last Rhode Island landfall? I've been thinking about that on and off for some time, and I never got to actually research that. I feel like there's been one not that long ago, and maybe that there was a long time before that. But nonetheless, it's a pretty difficult area to hit. You know, let's not mistake that for a moment, because it's a very small state. I'm just trying to see well, Bob made landfall there in 1991 as a Category 2, and this could have been as bad as that in a worst case scenario. Hopefully it shouldn't be, but perhaps I'm mistaken with there being a recent one, because it doesn't look like there was. I think that was the most recent tropical cyclone to make landfall in Rhode Island. The last one before Bob was a hurricane in 1944. And before that, it was a tropical storm in 1916, which I imagine it was a hurricane prior to that. That 1916 storm occurred in July, maybe a little bit similar to Henri. The strongest storm to ever make landfall in Rhode Island was a hurricane in September 1869. Category 3 at landfall, would you believe? Pretty much in the same location that Henri has made landfall just now. Slightly different angle of attack, it was moving north-northeast. So that's a bit of history for you there. The first Rhode Island landfall since Hurricane Bob in 1991.
And that still means that for Long Island, that still means the last landfall on Long Island was still Gloria in 1985, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to look into that, honestly. You might be right. I'm sure tropical storms have made landfall there, though, recently. So if you've just joined us,
Right.
that's the latest news that Henri has made landfall on the coast of Rhode Island. I'm not sure whether the National Hurricane Center will do an update statement. They're probably still doing, well, they might be doing hourly updates still, I'm not sure. The fact that it's made landfall will start to reduce the risk slightly, but still, when we're particularly talking about, we're worried about rainfall, this thing could go on in some places for some time as it mills about in the New England area and turns around and does whatever it's doing. Maybe a bit of stalling action further north. The New Jersey area, New York, looks pretty bad for the rainfall, as we were mentioning last hour. Over 6 inches over New York, over the New York City area, really, and across the westernmost part of Long Island. So large amounts of rain in those areas, and was it the Central Park 24-hour rain record that has been claimed by Henri?
I think I'm trying to. I think there was a record broken. Let me double check. The New York Twitter. I'm trying to figure that out now. Stand by.
We'll continue to look at satellite imagery in the meantime. As you can see, it's getting less and less organized, and fascinating to look at this right now because you've got all that cloud coverage over northern New Jersey into Pennsylvania and convection blowing up on the Delmarva Peninsula. I don't know if anyone wants to explain what's going on there. But I assume that's the low pressure that Henri has been working around.
Okay, so the records here. ASOS has broke the daily maximum rainfall record for it was actually yesterday with 4.45
Yep.
inches of rain, which fell over a 2-hour period, with 1.84 inches falling from 11 p.m. to midnight. It's also, in addition to being the worst day since 2014, the 1.94 inches that fell from 10 to 11 p.m. in Central Park.
Oh, a 1 hourly record, yeah. That's right.
Yes. Yes, the hourly record for New York City.
That's amazing. Not good, of course. More comments and questions then. Emily says that they're from Vermont. How worried should we be about flooding? When Irene hit Vermont, it had obviously weakened quite a lot, but it's one of the worst national disasters in the state's history. What are we thinking for that area?
Well, one thing I know for sure is that Irene, 2011, I believe, added some impacts in Montreal for further up north. That's why I know, because obviously I live in this province. So,
Right.
But yeah, I know there was some impacts there, but I do not live exactly in Montreal and around the areas. So,
Well, I'm just
and
checking
obviously-
the rainfall forecast, actually. 4 to 6 inches is probably your maximum there in southern Vermont. So I don't know how Fred treated you, the remnants of Fred. So if you've had a lot of rain already, then I would imagine there could be some flooding issues in some of those isolated pockets of maybe 4 to 6 inches. We did have another comment as well. Major Hurricane Grace says no rain right now in the eye. That usually happens. That they are in the eye. Apparently the rain has stopped and the backside isn't going to be as bad, they reckon. By the looks of things on radar, I would imagine that to be the case. If you're in the eye, of course, take cover still. The other side can take people by surprise. 60 mile an hour sustained winds, but at this point with the storm weakening, flooding is probably going to be a bigger risk now, if not very soon. The power outage situation appears to be escalating in Rhode
Go
Island.
first.
In Washington County, there's now over 18,000 without power. In Kent County, it's nearly 2,000. In Newport, it's 9,000. In the whole state, it's 32,000 without power.
There was a question. Tropical Cyclone 295. I think there's been a bit of confusion that people were mentioning whether or not Henri still a former hurricane or tropical storm. It is a tropical storm. It's been downgraded to a tropical storm. So the answer to that regarding the post-analysis is yes, it is a tropical storm now. So it will probably, but I don't know what the post-analysis people will be doing in regards to that.
Power outages in Connecticut, New London County, 3,400 now. Wyndham, 680. Middlesex, 620. Fairfield, 2,300. Across the state, nearly 8,000 in Connecticut. And on Long Island, a lot of power has been restored there across the whole island. It's around about 2,000 that are out of power. I think it was 10,000 earlier on.
That's actually good to hear that power has been restored in some areas.
Another question, how many cyclones have struck Rhode Island directly? I read out most of them, honestly, when I did that little history bit. So as tropical cyclones, we are aware of 4, I think. 5. Only 5 prior to Henri. So this is the 6th cyclone that we know of to make landfall in Rhode Island's history. Having said that, there are a few storms that crossed into Rhode Island from neighbouring states. So if you're talking about storms that actually tracked over the Rhode Island, the number is about 13, I think it is. We'll be here for a few more minutes before we finish up at past. If you've just joined us, Henri has made landfall on the coast of Rhode Island, not far from the border with Connecticut. New London appears to be underneath a lot of that rain right now, so let's see if we can check back with that webcam and see how it's looking there. New London, Connecticut looks like this. Rather quiet, visibility is down, rainfall probably at a higher rate, a little bit of mild shaking on the webcam.
I think that area is under a flash flood warning.
Are they?
Yeah, until 12:45 p.m.
Right. And you can see the rain there. And just checking back with Montauk again, still looks bad there. But conditions should start to improve shortly at this location. An interesting question. Oh no, you mentioned this, didn't you, about whether we think Henri might be downgraded to tropical storm post-analysis. I was thinking about, I think it was the way you phrased it, they must be talking about as the peak intensity. I can't see that happening, because Recon got the hurricane force winds, didn't they?
Yes, they Recon pass. One of the Recon passes for mission 9. I can't remember. That had, but that certainly there is a very solid support of 65 knots. From both flight level and SFMR.
Yep, thank you for that. A comment there, talking about how it looks like a British summer's day.
Oh, well, yeah, we can vouch for that over here.
We do get some windstorms. Of course, this one. The difference with windstorms and tropical storms, of course, that make them a lot more deadly is that tropical storms have that enormous amount of energy that produces tons more rain than a mid to high latitude windstorm produces. And as we know, I think it's something like 90% of hurricane deaths are from water and not wind.
Right.
And there must be like some of this percentage that must be like because of material damage and stuff, or houses that collapse. Some of them die of that, so don't like to see that often.
How much will it slow down as it starts turning right? That's a good question, and it seems there's a degree of uncertainty about that. Take another look at the National Hurricane Center's forecast track somewhere. There it is. I still can't get over how ridiculous that cone looks, but hey, that might happen. And that would suggest not much movement in that 12-hour period between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, which is where that S and the D are. If I was just to do a little crude calculation there, that forecast calls for approximately 40 miles of movement in 12 hours. 40 divided by 12, 3 point something miles per hour on average over 12 hours there, if that cone's correct.
That's slow.
So a reminder that the storm surge threat is very much still there. The storm surge warning is still in effect for those that had the storm surge warning previously. Those who were in the storm surge watch earlier this morning, that has now been removed. New York City is out of the tropical storm warning now. The New Jersey coast, I think, is fully out of the tropical storm warning as well. And so it shoots off towards the east now, the tropical storm warning up to almost to Cape Cod. Still find it curious that none of the eastern coast of Massachusetts has had any tropical storm watch or warning when its own cone here, National Hurricane Center, shows that tropical storm force winds are just about to reach Boston.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I honestly do not understand that at all. Especially when it's hitting an area like west and then curling right near Boston.
Speaking of which, it looks very grim in Boston today. Now, I can't remember what the number was before, but I'll just read it out again. Over 3,000 without power in New London County. Nearly 4,000 now, Connecticut. Nearly 100 in nearly 1,000 in Windham. 600 in Middlesex County. 4,000 power outages in Massachusetts. 2,200 of them are in Bristol County. And Rhode Island, as we know, it's still getting worse there actually. Nearly 40,000 now without power. 25,000 in Washington County are without power. That is about 36 or 37% of the whole county now. So a big proportion down there.
I'm trying to check the NHC and see if there's actually been a confirmation. And over landfall, I don't see it necessarily, but we know it has landfall at this point, right?
We're pretty sure of that. Kenneth? I'll turn to Kenneth.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's now. Its excess sentence has already touched his land. I'm pretty sure right now.
Well, in any case, I think we're gonna call it quits here at this point. Considering that
Nathan,
landfall has occurred.
Do you want to read the key messages, or has it been read already?
I mean, we've sort of conveyed the key messages in our own way throughout the course of this stream. You know, surge is the main impact really from this point. 2 to 4 feet across that whole area. But that threat will start to decrease as the storm moves inland, but not yet. Those along the coast should be well hunkered down, and those inland could be bracing for significant flooding impacts. But we're going to call time here. Thanks very much for my team, who have been, some of them have been here for many hours. Some have taken part throughout the course of today and indeed yesterday. So my thanks go to them here. But we're going to finish up. We'll have our automated stream, which will continue to run on the Force 13 live page. And of course, you can stay up to date with our social platforms, and of course, more videos that our team will be uploading throughout the course of today on Henri. But that's about it from here. You can join our community server, our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, where the conversation will no doubt continue. A mass of messages on there today, I think, and plenty of discussion on offer there. But from here at Force 13 HQ and from my team for now, that's all, and we'll probably be back with a live tropical weather bulletin later tonight. Have a good Sunday, and we hope it goes well and without incident as we continue to batten down the hatches for Hurricane Henri. That's all for now, and goodbye from us.